Hello.
Oh.
Hello. Let's see. How are you? Who's here? Who am I talking to? Hello. Good evening, day, morning, day. Good day. Hello. Starting to talk like you. Hi, Emily. How are you doing? Hey, Faith. What's up? So, I've got 4 commissions I'm doing at once. So I'm gonna probably be going between those during the stream. I was thinking about doing a warm-up drawing. I should probably do that, right? Like, I've been doing these all day.
Why not?
So I wanted to do a little witch, but I wasn't sure what I wanted to have her doing.
She's upset.
What is she upset about?
Her cauldron broke.
Nah, it's too negative. Why is this over here? Inappropriate.
Cauldron broke and she's like, humph.
Harumph?
Harumph.
I wanted
Hey.
something cuter.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, Bun! Bunny, I saw your post about Huvember.
Yeah,
That's how you say it, right? Huvember?
remember.
Are you gonna do it? I'm curious. I know Gabe's really psyched about it because he's super color-centric, but, I want to know who else wants to do it, because I think it'd be a good one for people to do, honestly. Yeah, Faith, do some art. Is the Meat Legends pre-order still open, Gabe?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who's asking?
Ebony's asking.
Oh.
Do you want to give Ebony
Yeah.
a link?
Yeah.
Gabe will provide. Hold, please. Okay, so here's the thing. When you're gonna sell an original, you want to make it at least kind of standalone, so you want it to be its own kind of story. I think a Broken Cauldron is cute, but it's too much of in the middle of a story. Usually a good thing to kind of default on, I guess, is a happy scene.
Yeah.
Because usually people are just like, oh, that's nice. And then, it's easily digestible at first glance. Whereas if she's upset, you're like, oh no, what's going on? And then you're looking at it and you're like, oh, wait, what? And it takes a little bit longer. It's like a split second longer, but it kind of makes a difference when you're selling stuff.
What if she's holding a glass jar? Like a potion bottle? And there's like just big eyes on it, but on the other side of it you can see that there's like it's a frog and it's looking through and she's like, what is
That's
this?
cute. I wanted more simple though. You're going too much a story. Like her just holding a frog, like yeah, or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or reading a fun book. Ooh, I like the book. Of course I do.
How to End the World.
For anybody that does want to still pre-order Gabe's Meat Legends book, do you want to talk about that for a minute?
Meat Legends is a book.
But like, what comes with the pre-order, Gabe, and how much longer is the pre-order open?
Probably till tomorrow night, because by Thursday or Friday I'll be sending them out. But here is a. Do you want to show it real quick?
Yeah. I forgot I'm streaming. This is the book.
It's just got a bunch of little obituaries. Oh yeah, you get a drawing inside, in the middle, in the inside of it.
That no one else has.
Yeah, no one else has, and it's just a bunch of obituaries of forgotten legendary heroes and villains.
So we call it Meat Legends because they're all organic.
Yeah.
Where he was planning on doing a partner book called Metal Legends. So you've got Meat and Metal Legends, and obviously the Metal Legends would be robots. So that's coming. So is your. I almost think you should make the landscape book landscape, but also be with the title like Landscape Legends or something.
None of my maybe like 1% of all my pieces that I've done have not been landscape.
Oh, they're all portrait?
Yeah.
That's really strange for scenery.
Because it's an ATC. Also, and I like to add figures in there, so it's a lot harder to add in like a full body figure when it's,
Oh, that's true.
And to be able to show land and sky, it's a lot harder.
Some of
that
this,
one right there, that squirrel dude at Dragon Con, there was a guy that came by like 3 or 4 days, and he kept looking at it, and he's like, dude, I don't know. I really love this one. And then on Sunday, like, he got it. He was like, I gotta get it, yeah.
Oh.
And I was like, hey, man, he waited for you all this weekend.
I was trying to find my favorite one. I forgot which one was my favorite one. Oh, but there's a little bully. His name is Top. I love him. Let's see. I don't remember. Do you remember who my favorite was? I know I did have a favorite when we were looking through it.
I think it was not the slime. It wasn't the slime guy.
The slime guy, 3 eyes?
Yeah, he was like a Slurp.
This is Chort.
Chort.
There's some cute ones in here, though. We both kind of wrote it together. I did it as editing, so sometimes I was like, nah, you've said this too much, let's do something else, so...
hey, Buggles, hey, Doom.
We made sure at least it was kind of varied, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some of the stories, though, are really funny. I can't remember. Oh, I'm sorry, slow.
There was one person that was waiting for that one too, the turtle.
Really?
Yeah, she's bought a lot of art for me. Like in the past, like since AwesomeCon, like I see her at every con. She comes by my table and she gets something for me.
Faith, no, I hate chisel tip.
Yeah.
None of them are chisel tip. They're all brush tip, and they have this other side too. Chisel is, I'm gonna say, more for graphic designers, architects, and fashion people. Because they need those hard lines usually, or if you're doing urban sketching, they do really well for like buildings. So Copic actually sells these wide markers, and you've probably seen Gabe use these before, but they're huge. Like this is
mine?
a regular. No, they're mine.
Oh, weird.
Those are the ones Mage gave us.
Oh, right.
Anyway, so these, this is about pinky width, so you can see how big these are. These are at least like half my thumb, if not a little more. So they're good, and they just lay down a nice flat color for like a building. You just building's done. And you're like, okay, cool, good deal.
Well, those are actually very difficult to find now.
They are, and I don't know why. Hi Doom, hi Buggles. Sorry I didn't say hi. I know Gabe did, but hello.
Do you want a tater tot?
Do I want a tater tot? No, I'm actually full and my stomach hurts. But I appreciate it. You can maybe reheat those later.
Okay.
Dude was gonna throw out tater tots. That seems like one of the ultimate sins. No, you gotta put them in a bag right now or else they're gonna go bad.
Put them in a bag?
Or something. Put them in a Tupperware. I don't know. Do a Tupperware.
Just gonna do that,
Yeah. Bunny, what if you alternated it once in a while? Maybe 1 week you do digital, 1 week you do traditional, kind of do a 50-50 thing.
I think I'm gonna do like really simple shit. I might even just do the Crayola markers all the entire time.
That'd be impressive, actually. Did you do? Thank you. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, and we'll say you did it. Thank you. I actually don't have my sub-shrub handy. I don't know where he went on vacation, but he's not here right now. So instead, I'm going to give you a Hello Fortune reading. So ask me a yes or no question, and we'll resort to Hello Fortune. She's actually been surprisingly good on questions. I got this at a Goodwill for, 99 cents? This thing's scary good. Like, I'm going to say Ouija level. It's weird. So, anyway. Let me know what you want to ask her. Using the finest part of it and lining with it. What's the picture? I don't have Discord anymore. Why don't you have Discord? I don't have the star by my name. Oh! You've got it on mine! Yeah, you're there. Also, thank you for the, sub. You guys are sweet. Gabe and I are kind of toying with the idea of going to both streaming maybe once a week. Instead of Tuesdays and Thursdays, I would just do one of those. I know that sounds bad, but
Boo!
Twitch, as much as I like it, something's happening with it where it seems to almost be dying. or people aren't as interested in it anymore. I don't know. We'll have to see how the winter kind of goes.
Mm-hmm.
But we might go down to 1 day each, so that means, basically we're just streaming twice a week, once on each other, so we'll see what happens.
I think also the problem is that we both, with the holidays coming, we have a lot of, rough deadlines.
Oh, that too, yeah.
So I know for me, my streams are going to be a lot shorter for the next 2 months, so it's almost like, do I do just 1 hour streams? And yeah, it's kind of hard. It's tough.
It is. Well, I have my yes or no question. Okay, good. Dun, dun, dun. Hi, Guava! Yo!
Guava.
How you been? Alright, Doom asks,
I got some bad news for you, buddy.
will I ever achieve my dream of becoming the first man to walk on the moon? I'm gonna say no, but let's resort to Hello Fortune. I think so. Isn't she optimistic?
See, actually, this is possible.
To walk on the moon. You didn't say which moon.
Uh-huh. Totally
So,
possible.
Jupiter's open.
Mars has a moon?
I don't know, but Jupiter's got 2, so you've got that. Still an option. Get out there, man. You can do it.
Yeah. Mars has Phobos and Deimos. Or Deimos.
And that's closer than Jupiter.
Yeah, one of them is really, weird looking, too.
So you've got that, It's a thing.
It's oblong.
Oblong?
They're
Is
actually
it obtuse?
both kind of, oblong. They're, ugly looking.
Well, damn.
They're both kind of, they look like cells. That is really weird.
Wait, cells?
Yeah, I don't even know why they call them moons. It's just, they're just giant.
Moons are things that are smaller than a planet that orbit a planet.
Right.
That's a moon.
But
So if
they gotta be
small.
they gotta be a certain size though, because then otherwise it's just an asteroid.
Right. Because wasn't that the problem with Pluto?
Yeah. And they were saying it wasn't a planet.
I bleed for Pluto. Hella busy with school, but my classes are canceled tomorrow, so I have a little free time tonight.
Nice.
Hell yeah! What are you gonna do with all that copious free time? Also, classes are canceled tomorrow because it's Halloween? Or just because canceled? Also, tell me about your Halloween plans, you guys. I wanna know. I'm gonna live vicariously through you. However, if you're like us and you have nowhere to go on Halloween, come party with us! Starting at 4 p.m. CST on Gabe's channel, we're gonna be dressed up. And obviously I'm dressed up now, but it's gonna be a little different. Gabe's gonna be a certain pop culture character. Not gonna say who. I'm gonna be a little basic this year. Last year I was a Venonat. And you were basic last year. So now we're flipping it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be a little basic. I'm still gonna be an elf, but I'm gonna tweak it a little bit. And then Gabe's gonna be kind of what I was, but different in a way. I'll let you kind of guess what that is. But anyway, either way, if you can't stop by for the whole time, you might want to just stop by to even just look at Gabe. I don't know. Might be worth your time. Eat ice cream and watch your stream. Oh, yay! I'm lumped in there with ice cream. Oh man, I could not be happier about that. Oh man, I'm in the same league as ice cream. You gotta get there. That's top tier. Oh, Faith, you want to ask Hello Fortune a question, have at it. I just have to find my sub shop. I don't want to call him stupid, but he's being a little brat, that's all. But anyway, I got big plans for sub shrubs in the future. But anyway, not many people to Halloween stuff here. Oh yeah, Buggles, duh. I forgot where you are. It's interesting because in Europe, people were, when we went there during, it was during Halloween last year.
Yeah.
So when we were in Europe, we actually got to go to Bonfire Night too. If you're interested in the whole burning a Guy Fawkes thing, you should look up Bonfire Night. It was surreal. But anyway, when we were in Europe, everybody there seemed to be really jealous of Halloween, and we had to kind of talk them down, say it's not what you think it is. Like when we were growing up, it was fantastic, I feel like. Nowadays things have gotten either weird or The rules are strange. Desperado, thank you for the follow. That's great. Thank you. That is weird, Doom, that it didn't tell me you subbed. I don't know, maybe I'll show later. But yeah, Buggles, Australia. We had someone in our group that was from Australia that was like so jealous about Halloween, and like I said, we had to tell her, hey, it's not all it's cracked up to be. I mean, some people get into it more than others, but it's more annoying, I feel like, to some people, especially like when Target starts in, I don't know, July or something with putting out crap for Halloween, and you're like, come on, man. Like, I'm not of the kitschy people. I don't like getting all that kind of glitter pumpkin stuff. The fact they added glitter to Halloween is a bad thing to me, but that's me. I don't know.
Does not apply.
I'd rather go outside, get a whole bunch of leaves, and just put them in a bowl under a window next to a candle. That's my Halloween decoration. I don't know.
Pumpkin spice.
Trick-or-treaters and scary movie. Ooh, Emily. Which scary movie? Or the scary movie? Tomorrow's gonna be lit. Yay! Do you guys do the trick-or-treating from class to class? Or like the little... Do you remember doing like a little masquerade where everybody like does a parade? Do you guys still do the Halloween parades? Those are so cute.
Except for one year, I think it was 6th grade. It was raining out, so we couldn't do the outside parade. Mm-hmm. So everyone basically just lined the hallways, and then we just walked. You just kept walking.
Were there two circles basically, and you got to see each other?
It was one giant like ant line. Wow. So as you were walking, you could look at other people's stuff. Oh. So it was like a really, really smart way of doing it.
I was gonna say, yeah.
So eventually, by the time you got back to your classroom, then
Oh, Buggles. You know what? That's fine. I actually was just telling Gabe the other day, if I had kids, I would honestly, for the most part, kibosh all the holidays and make my own. I actually got really excited thinking about that for myself, like making your own mythos, because we write stories a lot, so if we ever did have kids, we'd totally just make up our own. And, make the kid feel special that, they've got cool holidays other people don't have, sort of thing. But maybe if they wanted to, like, Mom, I want to celebrate Halloween this year, I'd be like, oh, yeah, okay. But I will never be a parent. So.
Then they go to school and they're like, yo, check out, I got this thing for
blah, blah day.
Button day.
Hey, Raven. Oh, Hereditary. Emily, let me know how that is. I actually really wanted to see that one.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Buggles, totally do that. Because, then you get a holiday you can be excited about, too. And honestly, I think that's more important. To be excited about whatever you're celebrating. Really think about that, having like a homecoming for a dog or something, that's always really exciting because it's so personal. So making up your own holidays, I feel like, can totally be that. Fairy Day or Gamer Day? Totally. Why not? Faith, I hope that's not a serious question. Will Faith survive the winter? In whatever means she means it, I guess.
You're gonna get dysentery.
I think so. That's positive. That's a good outlook, especially if she doesn't know context. Give her, credit. She did alright, I think. Without being too pessimistic, but still being, explodes with possibilities. Yeah, man! Go for it. Start thinking, writing stuff down, Yeah, totally, Emily. And, I think it especially matters more for people that maybe aren't even religious. Like, Gabe and I aren't religious at all, so we would want a holiday that, if we made it up, would bring certain morals to the kid to teach them. Kind of like, folklore is meant to have, lessons and things like that. So, if you're not religious, don't celebrate religious holidays. Make up your own that are about things that are important to you. I think that's the purpose, To the current holidays. Oh, Ebony, that could be tough, though. Especially if you're redoing Christmas, your kid's gonna get in a fight.
Yeah.
Like, that's asking for a fight. Unless you're renaming it and it's just on Christmas. It just so happens to be on Christmas. Then it'd be okay.
Santa Claus is a red dragon.
Yeah, you can't say, like, well, Christmas means that there's this monster that steals shoes and throws them off the roof, and then, you know, even if you made it almost Christmas, but, like, scarier or something, I'd be too afraid to change it that much. National Don't Have Kids Day. Guava, you need to look up, there's a Facebook group I'm in that's called, like, anti-procreation something. It has all these funny memes about not having kids, but you might enjoy that. If you want the link, message me, I'll send it to you. It's kind of funny. A derpy pumpkin! That's the best kind of pumpkin! Don't have kids, it's a trap. Close your ears, Emily. No. I'm sure the people that really want to have them, and I would hope for the most part the people that don't know better, you know?
Yeah, that's the thing I'm afraid of, is like the people that don't know that they don't have to have them.
Mm-hmm. Too late now, Emily said. You're locked in. Time to buckle down.
That is an 18-year
commitment. Good
loan.
on you, though. You're doing something I can never do, so I have mad respect. Mad respect.
I think, yeah, you, not to mention that you and your husband are, like, really cool fucking people, so...
Yeah, I think we always worry when it's someone who's not very cool, or who votes for someone horrible, maybe, that we worry more about, that you're bringing in somebody and raising them a certain way, you know? Fire Steel, thank you for the bits! Hey, buddy.
Fire!
I mean, Ebony, if you ask me, that is Santa, but you're asking your kid to get in a fight. That's my only problem with your idea. I mean, this is the whole, hey, Christians, did you know your religion is rooted in paganism? And then that's going to cause a whole fight. So, I don't know if I'd want my kid to get in a fight that way. Just reinvent the whole thing. You're extra creative. You can do that. You don't need to even call it Christmas. Make up your own thing. Because half stealing Christmas, what's the point of that? F it. Make up your own. You're welcome, Emily. Spent like a month telling us about how we should never have kids, and last week he said he got his wife pregnant by accident? He said it last week? Oh! Did he... How was his delivery of that news? Was he downtrodden, or was he excited? Make a holiday where every decision for the day is made with the Hello Kitty fortune teller. Do I have ice cream for breakfast? Do I go work today? Let's just play with those real quick.
Do you have to go to school today?
Do I have ice cream for breakfast? Could be. Do I go to work today? I love it. No, she's being a bitch. No. Do I even bother getting out of bed? Could be. You whore. Whore. Don't listen to her. She's on crack now.
I remember we were gonna gut that thing.
I was gonna clean it. It needs to be, like, cleaned.
But remember I was gonna gut it and then put, I was gonna pop it open and then add my own little things in there.
You were, but I don't want that now.
No, not anymore.
This is extra cool.
No, yeah.
What are you doing?
Huh? I'm opening a lot of zip files.
Oh, Lord. What did you download? More games?
All of the games.
Alright.
All of them. Illegally.
Yeah, Emily, it's true. And, you know, when I was married, it was even worse because his family had no other aspirations in life other than to be parents and to be part of that family and have them coming at you saying, oh, when you have kids, we can go to the park every day. And, you know, when Jason gets home, we can do this. And I'm like, I'm not living just to have kids. Do you know what aspirations are? Do you understand that I have other passions? I didn't grow up wanting to be a mom, and it didn't click. Like, she didn't understand.
What?
So, yeah, she was very far north of that state, so. As long as they don't get in fights, Ebony, but I can't see it not being a fight. Especially with, like, a hardcore, extreme fundamentalist. That's always terrible.
Oh, but kids aren't fundamental.
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm talking. I think he means like 6, 7, 8, 10-year-olds.
No, there are kids that their parents beat it into them. Literally.
Some of them like that,
and that's what I'm afraid of.
But like I didn't know a lot of them like that. And maybe it's where you grow up, but
oh, the moon doesn't follow you in the car. That's so cute. That's a good point. I remember thinking that at one point, but I never remembering that when I learned better. You know what I mean? There you go, Faith. Yeah, it does, Emily, it does. And especially when, like, these kids didn't get out much, so they were very much the next generation with the older generation's thoughts just copy-paste, which is really bad in a lot of ways. Like, they were even semi-racist, and we were like, what the hell is going on? Like, and they have 5 kids, and I'm like, no!
It's like, did you watch Sesame Street?
Do you know what's up? Like, ew.
Everyone is the same, buddy.
Hey, Booga! Working 15 to 24 kids are great, but yeah, be prepared. Jesus. See, I feel about elderly like I think some people feel about kids. You know, I'm way more a fan of the elderly. I love them to death. I have so much respect for them. Kids are really tough for me. I can't relate to them. I can't talk to them. I can't even entertain them. The only hope I have is when I have my ears on. That's the only time kids are like, oh, I'm going to talk to you. Otherwise, if I don't have them, they're like, whatever. Yeah, Fire Seal. You do. You do. Alright, so I didn't plan this very well, and it's still not planned very well, so I might just go this far and see how I do later and go to work right now because I have to work. So I'll revisit this maybe later. I just wanted to draw a... Whoa. There's your subscription, Doom. Weird. Thank you for subbing twice. Also, for those that are waiting for the new emojis, I'm sorry they are late. With any luck, maybe I'll have them out by this weekend, but doubtful. I'll definitely try. I'll revisit them tomorrow, but... Yeah, oh, now you do it, right? Yeah. Ugh. Well, yeah, that's kind of true, Faith, but at the same time, humans are dying too. So I feel like if people are having kids, they, you know, and they really want to, you let them, you know. I mean, what are you gonna do? Tell them no? I mean, you know. But yeah, eventually there's probably gonna be an even bigger overpopulation problem and blah blah blah.
That's right. Let's move to the next solar system.
There's no planet B, Gabe.
There is.
Not right now.
No, I know, but
until it's terraformed, bro.
By the time it matters, we'll have another planet.
I don't know, man.
It just seems to work out that way.
Are you telling me I can't buy that shirt now?
Yeah, no, I think we'll figure it out by then.
Damn you.
And it'll be more like, alright, all the rich people can go, but all the poor people gotta stay here. Blade Runner style. Or Elysium if you were into that. But that's basically what it'll be.
Okay, so also, for those that don't know, tomorrow in Gabe's stream we will be dressed up celebrating a Halloween our way. So feel free to join in at 4 p.m. CST on Gabe's channel. We'll be doing that. Most likely still working, so. Guava.
Well, yeah, all those people will be working in like the underground.
Doom right now, it's a little witch with a frog, but this is literally like a super, super quick warm-up because I gotta get back to doing these commissions. I'm doing 4 right now, and I'll show them to you in a moment. But I just wanted to get this down because I don't know, I really like drawing things in ponchos because ponchos are bomb, but yeah, bomb.
Algebraic.
Algebraic. Quit being obtuse. Alright, so because this is her face, her hair, her hat, which I'm gonna totally have to fix. I just really wanted to draw a poncho with a bunch of tassels. Sue me. And then a frog. It's a frog. So there's that. I was gonna paint that too. I was thinking, oh, I'll draw something, I'll paint something, blah, blah, blah. Nope. I have all these 4 commissions I wanted to send out by Saturday. So I'll show you. I've got the flats done on all these, but so this guy is a Siamese Maine Coon mix. I'll tell you a little bit about him in a minute. His name is Ghosty. And like I said, this isn't fully rendered yet. This is just flat, so it looks really unfinished, because it is. He's got squirrels on him because he doesn't actually care about them. And she really liked the idea of him being covered in squirrels and him not caring that he is covered in squirrels. He's also a very beautiful, regal man, so he apparently has many brushes. So I also wanted to put in a few brushes. He's also a street cat, or an ex-street cat, turned regal. So I had to allude to that via a trash can. So that's Ghosty. This is Frank and Ralph. Frank and Ralph are brothers, but Frank is a Russian blue and Ralph is, I think he's like a calico ragdoll mix, something like that. Anyway, Frank is very loud, so I made sure he's got an accordion, but his personality didn't fit a bard. He was more of a gypsy. So, and I know gypsy's not exactly the right term, but he's more of a mystic, we'll say. So he's got some crystal balls he's got carrying around. He also loves stink bugs. I don't know. So I've got a couple stink bugs. They've got hats on. Fantasy, you know. So they're hanging out. There's one there, there, and there. And then Ralph here really likes turkey legs. So we've got some of this going on. And he's kind of a pompous little prince. So he's not exactly full king status. So we've got him just looking kind of pompous, really. And then this is Seamus and Kelly. And she's a healer, but I don't have any of her magic done yet. And then she has this pet duck they've described the duck as a baby. So, like, she doesn't chew him to death or rip him up. She just kind of carries him in her mouth around. A lot of pets do this. They either do one or the other, where they just destroy toy after toy. But some of them have one that's like their companion, you know, that they carry around with them. So that's her. She's very much a healer because she's not only a therapy dog, but she's very empathetic. I think it's empathic. Anyway, so she can actually tell when her owners are upset and whatever. She's partial shepherd, so she looks like she does. She's like a mix of a shepherd and I forgot what she was. But he's a beagle lab mix, I think. So he ended up being more of a adventurous prince. You've noticed in the past couple of these, they've been royalty. But for every bit of the royalty I do, I make sure that I differ it enough so they don't all look the same. They don't all have the same outfit. What they're wearing actually describes them a bit. So they ended up being on a beach. The owners really wanted me to make sure I incorporated like their favorite place. So usually I charge extra for that, but it wasn't that hard. And then this is Cassie and Maya. So Cassie is the corgi here, and she's more of a general. I made sure she's got like some decoration as like her, you know, what we'd have as medals in war. You know, it's her decoration of her achievements, I guess. So all this flat yellow you see is actually the gold, so I have to go in and actually detail it more. But she's a retired general, and Maya is very much a battle queen because she knows what she wants and she is pampered and demanding, and apparently she really likes grapes, so I have a whole thing here of grapes below her. So I try to make all these very personal, you know, for the pets and their owners. So now the question is, what do I work on?
So speaking of questions, Desperado asked,
low.
Can I ask what hardness pencil you use for your first sketches?
None hardness. When it comes to pencils, I'm going to tell you, if you are asking someone who just does graphite as their main medium, they're going to have all these different pencils, hardnesses, all these different things they know everything about, right? I just have this one that I use on all my commissions. It's just a brown Col-Erase. That's it. Try not to get too obsessed with the technicalities of things until you get really into a medium, then learn about it. So if you become a graphite artist and majority of your pieces you do are graphite, then start exploring the hardnesses and all that stuff. Because really, you don't need to know all that right away. It's similar to anatomy. You don't need to know everything about anatomy. I know that's a very whoa thought for artists, but you really don't unless you're gonna do it. You know, unless you're gonna draw humans all the time and you love doing it, then yeah, learn everything about anatomy you can. But if I'm here drawing people's pets 80% of my day, I don't need to know about human anatomy as much. For part of it, yeah, sure, but not like that there are deltoids and the triceps and all that crap. I don't need to know all that. So similar to pencil hardness, you don't really need to know that. I mean, unless you get to that point, you know? Haha, point. But really, I don't know, Desperado, what your background is, if you're already super into pencils and stuff. Usually what we say, though, is, like, when I do use actual graphite, I use a 0.9. And that's kind of an unpopular opinion because you get all these people, for some reason there's this, I'm going to say it's just a bad habit now of people thinking that smaller lead makes you a better artist and all this stuff. So they're like, what are you using? 0.7, what are you using? A 0.2? And they're like, whoa, no. Like I said before, if you're a graphite artist and you know why you need a 0.2, that's when you need a 0.2. If you're just starting, do not, 100% do not start with a 0.2. In fact, start with a 0.9 or a 0.7, a big lead, because you want to get into the habit of drawing things generically. Like really stay away from specific until you have the entire drawing down. Otherwise, you're going to go too specific, too quick. You're going to draw an eye and a nose, lose your spot, not know what you're doing, not know how the rest of your drawing's going to end up, and just be lost. And you're not going to be, you know, smart in the long run of how to make a composition. The big lead will force you to stay generic until you need to go more detailed. So once I've got like the figures down, I'm like, all right, I'm going to go into this, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then take a smaller lead and start detailing. It's like sculpting. Gabe made a really good point on one of our streams where think of drawing like sculpting. Sculptors don't just go straight on a block of marble or something or sculpting in an eye, right? No. They block it away. They take away big chunks, right? Same with drawing. But instead of like, is it called deduction? Where you're taking
reduction?
Away... Yeah, reduction. Drawing is addition? Mm-hmm. Induction?
Well, it's
whichever.
Almost like clay.
Yeah, so clay. You're building clay. Actually, let's go that way. Okay, building up a sculpture with clay, you don't just go for the eyes. You build it up, you form it out, right? And then you start detailing and detailing and detailing after you've got the overall picture set up. Because it's basically a framework of where you're going to go. We also say to start small. When you're just starting drawing or you're still not confident in your drawing, start small, man. Start like 4x6, 5x7, small. Because if you go too big too quick and you're doing like an 8x10 or a 9x12 and you still don't know a lot about silhouette, shape language, composition, and you go that big, it's going to look like crap. It's going to take too much time, and you'll have wasted time and resources without knowing what you do. So the idea is when you're learning, quantity over quality, okay? You want to pump out as many small, call them studies even, as you can, because each piece is going to be more XP. It's going to be a lesson each time, and you'll fail faster. which is the most important thing that I think an artist can do. Fail as fast as you can, because that means you're learning faster than other people too. Because if you spend 20 hours on a painting that's 19 by 30 or something, instead of doing like 20 small 4 by 6, think about that. Who do you think learned more, the person spending 20 hours on one painting or the person spending 20 hours on 20 paintings? Right? So it makes more sense when you break it down like that. So I hope I answered your hardness question, but also I just wanted to point out those small other things, because I think when you get a question like that, it usually gives way to all those other ones. So hopefully that kind of helped out.
Well, not to mention that sometimes people don't just answer the question and then...
Yeah, so I answered the question, hopefully, and added on to it. Because hardness, like, I don't have a hardness with these. I mean, do you know... You probably know which lead is in my 0.9.
Probably HB.
It's probably HB. Yeah. Sure. I don't care. I don't need to care. You know? That's part of it. Knowing what you need to care about and what you don't. And honestly, you're only going to learn that by doing a bunch of different mediums and trying different things. Art's about exploration and experimentation, right? You got to find what works for you. Find your medium you're happiest working with. That's also part of it, you know? And once you find that, dig into it. Put your heels down, stop the train from moving, and stay there for a bit and figure out, well, what do you like about it? What don't you like? If you don't like something, change it. Right? So, case in point, I like working with markers, but not entirely. They don't go as far as I'd like them to. So I do my flats in marker, and then I render out with my pencil, and then I go in again with pastels to actually pop it out more. So I figured that out by trial and error. By failing a few times and being like, you know what? Marker's not enough. I need to try something else. And I'd add things on top of it. So I feel like that's just part of figuring it out, and that's usually what takes a lot of time. But as long as you're trying things often and, like I said, failing fast, that's going to help you figure things out. With the hat and the poncho, she looks like a bandito. Oh, the witch. Gotcha. Thanks, Raven. Okay, Faith, I'm gonna have to look post stream probably. Can I type in first? Haven't you tried to purchase your book with a library card?
Oh.
Hey man, if library cards had credit.
No, I think I got it though. I think it came up.
Did it go through?
I think so.
I only buy important French rouge paint made from authentic Mediterranean cadmium. Lord, I don't even know half the things he said. Mediterranean cadmium. Do you mean cadmium? Like cadmium yellow?
Probably.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, Faith, I saw your thing, but doesn't look like the chisel tip. I mean, was it?
Do you mean the fine tip, Faith? Do you mean this one? Because the chisel tip's usually on this side of markers, and it's a big, it's like the size of my pinky nail. Did you just mean the fine tip, this one?
I think she meant the chisel tip, but it's very, I think she was just using the tip of it.
Oh, the tip of the chisel tip?
Yeah, so it's like, it looks like she was doing that. Yeah, that's, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like the chisel tip. It's annoying.
Oh, good, Desperado. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I guess we're kind of hippies in the fact that you really don't need to learn all the nitty-gritty of each thing until you know that's what you want to do. Like, granted, I had to learn a little bit about animal anatomy and stuff because that's kind of what I ended up diving into. I mean, I do primarily animal art. Not anthro, not furries, but animal art in general. So here, I'll just... everybody says just the tip. You guys... Always chalk pastel. Oil pastel is honestly not good for anything. I'll say it. Oil pastels are kind of a joke. I feel like the people that use them either don't know what they're doing or they know exactly what they're doing. Mm-hmm. It's really one or the other. Oil pastels are for very specific things. Chalk pastels are a lot more forgiving. The ones I use are actually pastel pencils. They're called Carbothellos, at least the ones I use. They're a lot more manageable. I'll show you actually in a minute once I get this going a bit. I'll show you more about it. So like this area on his pants right now is honestly just marker and a little bit of rendering with my my brown pencil. And then I'll go in here and I'll actually start rounding and rendering out the pants here. Faye said, yeah, Gabe's got it. I don't know. I just like it. Well, I mean, that's not exactly using the chisel tip, though. So you could actually use something even like a Tombow if you wanted to. If you like that, you don't necessarily need the full chisel tip then. Like, you could maybe even use like a felt tip. Something.
Well, it seems like you were using the chisel tip the way that someone would use the fine tip. Because there wasn't a lot of like line variation.
So if you don't need that thickness that the chisel tip goes up to, Faith, just use this. That's what it's for, honestly. This is for lining. This end, which I never use because honestly, the brush tip, if you know how to use your marker, you can use this like that, you know? So, I mean, just so you don't, because I think you'd end up using the brush tip, and both the brush and the chisel tip come with the fine tip, so you might as well just get the brush tip because you'll use it more than the chisel tip, and then use the fine tip as how you're using the chisel tip now. If that makes sense. Do I have any opinions on furries? I have many. Hi, Shonda! Has anybody commissioned a drawing of the fursona? Yeah. Actually, 2 times? I really haven't had, I'll be completely transparent, I haven't had the best experiences with people who consider themselves furries, but it's naive to blanket an entire group by just a couple interactions, so I would never say I hate all furries or anything stupid like that, but the interactions I have had have not been the best. However, I did get one recently that it's not so much a furry as it is just more of a cat lady. But the person that I got it from, they were extremely sweet. And I think they understand when you take artistic merits with things, where a lot of the furries that I've dealt with, they don't seem to know that you're going to put your own style into it. You know, and now I make sure if I talk to them, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to make it anthro. It's not going to have the big eyes, like anime eyes or anything like that. It's going to be more realistic. And then I show them my book, my Pet and Armor book, and I make sure they know, okay, it's going to be more like this, you know, and I show them. And that usually gives them an idea whether they want it further or not. And they're like, oh, okay, I'd enjoy seeing it as a different style. Or, no, I still want to stay with the style I like. And I respect that because then we're not wasting each other's time and they get it. And, you know, the transaction either continues or it's done. I like that. I like when things work out that way, when people can be, you know, concise and know what they want. Oh, chisel marker, it's Prismacolor. Oh, Prismacolor liners. Got it. Wait, is it a pen or a marker? Because Prismacolor makes pens, too. Does it look like the Copic liners, or does it look like even a Micron, but say Prismacolor? Because that's not a marker then. That would be a Prismacolor pen, because they do have those. So anyway, I feel bad because I do have to work on these, and I know these aren't the most exciting things for you guys to watch because I am seriously just rendering. Honestly, just rendering. So, apologies, but how soon do you have to pack for FairyCon? So, FairyCon is next week, so I've worked it out, so these 4 commissions I'm doing now will be done by Saturday. Then from Saturday until we leave is basically the time I have to pack for FairyCon and to prep, which means, and I'll give you guys kind of a breakdown of what I have to do, I took basically the last of my stock to New York and I sold out of most of it. So that means I have to make new coloring books. I have to make new Symbols of Symbols books. I have to make new pin backs, bookmarks, I have to get together my other books that come with things. Like my Adorned Animals books come with bookmarks. And then I have to make a couple new signs. I have to throw together new sticker packs. Then I have 2 postcard packs. I have to make probably about 10 to 15 each of those. So I have a few days of putting stuff together and then packing that all. Except, since we're not going on an airplane this time, packing is a lot easier. It is so much better when you get to drive to a convention. However, we're paying for it in terms of hours and literal driving there. So it's like a 13 or 14 hour drive to Baltimore from Wisconsin. So it's nice because we don't have to be as concise down to the pound packing, literally, but we have to drive. So that's the trade-off. It feels more constraining when you have to fly somewhere for a convention because you have to pack it all together. Usually it takes about 5 or 6 luggages for us, and each luggage has to be under 50 pounds or else you get charged like $100 for it being extra heavy. So we always have to weigh our luggages before we leave, and that can be just an enormous headache. Huge headache.
It's like Tetris, but you get charged $100.
It's like if Tetris had the addition of each Tetramino having like weight, and you could only do Tetris to a certain poundage. That's how much more crazy it can get. So that's tough. But actually being able to drive there is nice, you know, because then I can bring extra stock too, just in case. So let's see. Night Fire Seal! So Shonda, at the earliest, I'll probably start Saturday packing, and then we'll leave on Wednesday. And probably drive 10, 12 hours Wednesday, and then 2 to 4 on Thursday.
Basically.
It's okay, Faith. I kind of figured it was a pen. Did you get in a FurryCon too, or are you going with Ashley? Gabe is my booth babe this time.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's kind of busy, I'm hoping, but I don't know the attendance really at FurryCon, so I'm not sure. And this is my first one, so I'm kind of up in the air with what's going to happen, but at least Gabe will be there, and it'll just be nice. I guess he can work on stuff behind the booth too, and he'll be dressed as a satyr. How fun is that? So, you know, it'll be a nice change from what we're used to, because we're a little too used to Comic-Cons. I'm sick of Comic-Cons right now.
0 Deadpools. Maybe.
I don't want to see another Deadpool for at least till March.
I'm anticipating at least one Deadpool.
Yeah.
Dressed as Gandalf or something.
That'd be cute. Desperado, glad to hear most of your work sold out at NYC. Thank you. Me too. So what's hard about that, and you know, it's funny because I actually feel smart about this, but since you're limited on what you can bring, and my stock keeps growing with different products, it really sucks because you can't bring as much quantity then because you're bringing different things. So your amount that you can bring of something goes down because you're bringing different things now. So what I do is I take pre-orders at the convention. If I do sell out of something, I make sure someone can still purchase it if they want. They'll just get it within a week or something. But the bonus is they don't need to bring it home with them. So a lot of the time, if they have the same problem we do with packing, they don't even need to worry about that. And they get free shipping. So that was the way I ended up dealing with it. And then I told all my con friends about it. And a friend of mine made like $1,500 extra because I told him to take pre-orders. So that's good. That's a win, you know. So I feel nice about that. But yeah, it was really nice to sell out of a lot of things at New York. New York's such a good show that we try every year to go, and it's been great every year we've gotten to. High stakes Tetris, basically. I hope so, Emily. Like I said, I don't really know. I took it as a bad sign when they gave me a whole bunch of tickets to hand out. Usually conventions don't do that. So that was really suspicious to me that they don't have enough people going. But like I said, I'm just a worrywart and I worry too much. And I like going into things without expectations. So I'm going to pull back from that, obviously, at some point. But I do have free tickets. If anybody wants free tickets, I still have a ton left. So if you're around Baltimore and you want to go, it's November 9th through 11th. I've got free tickets that are for Friday and Sunday, and $20 off Saturday tickets, I think. Something like that. But Wendy and Toby Froud are going to be there, not Brian. Corey Godby's the guest of honor this year. There's a lot of good people going, but... Oh, good, Raven. Thank you. Have a good night, alright? Oh, really, Guava? Are they at least funny? Yeah, Emily, they're for the odd days because I feel like maybe they're hurting on Fridays and Sundays to get people there. Oh, Faith, you're so sweet. That would take you a long time, though, I think. Guava, no. Understood. I switched up my process this time for these. Usually I don't do the gold until the end. For those of you on my Patreon, you've probably seen my process sheet that I put out on how I do these. But usually I do the gold last, but I thought if I did it now, it makes more sense to do it before the render phase because I end up rendering part of the gold with some shade work. So this time I was like, well, I've got 4 to do. I'm going to try to just streamline this. It seems to work out okay. I don't know. Not too bad. I would hope so, Emily. I would hope so. But you never know. Like, no other convention we've ever been to has done this. So, like I said, pretty suspect. Usually kind of a red flag that enough people aren't aware of it. Granted, it is one of the biggest fairy cons, but I don't know what that's saying, you know. So, we'll see. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. Maybe it's big enough as it is, and they just don't cap the doors. Because when we were in Atlanta for Dragon Con, they actually started throttling the crowd because of the building's capacity and fire code and all that. So they, you know, our attendance died down during the convention because they had to stop letting people in every so often. Like, some people would come out, so they'd let some more people in, that sort of thing. So that becomes kind of interesting. Bye, Faith. See you later.
Bye.
Yeah, I hope so, Emily. I would think so. Hopefully nothing terrible happens politically or any crap like that around that time, since it is over on that edge, you know, over in the East Coast.
Yeah, when are the midterms?
Yeah, I think that's the 6th. Pretty sure.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
It's on a Tuesday, right? Midterms?
Yeah, so unless we go into some sort of civil war, then it'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Let's hope so. Unless, like, results are posted.
Yeah, no, I mean, results will be posted before, like, by the 7th at least.
That sucks.
Yeah, but that's all right.
Then people could rage before the con. That's.
But also, it is, like, smaller time things.
I guess.
Have we voted yet? No, we have not. We are still doing our research because we just became Wisconsin residents. So I don't know anything about Wisconsin except for a few politicians that were never that great.
I'm going to keep my politics to myself because I'll just say this much, I guess. I'm a big conspiracy theorist, and I think everything is rigged. No matter what votes do what, nothing matters. So, that's where I stand with that. But, you know, to each their own, all that shit. I see politics more as a religion now. People have faith that their person will win when really other people have, you know, control over that. But, like I said, also what Gabe said, I did realize something this year, though, where I really don't think I'd ever vote for someone that had a commercial. I would rule them out immediately because right now, every day we go to the gym and every day we see political ads. And it's always the top 3 or 4 people, right, who can afford them. And they're usually terrible people that are going against each other and they're paid for by their friends and blah blah blah. So I just rule those people out because they're too rich, they're conniving, they're going against each other, whatever. So I rule them out, and I want to actually go look at what the remaining people who maybe can't afford to do ads and stuff, what they stand for, and then I'd align myself with whoever aligns with me, you know. Were I to vote, and I believe in local elections, I think, more than bigger ones for sure, but I mean, how did Trump win? Like, you know, that doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, enough about that, because I've probably already turned a bunch of you off. Because apparently not voting is the devil to a lot of people. But like I said, if you're one of these people like me that thinks everything's rigged, then it doesn't matter to you, you know. And it's not like I don't think my vote would matter. If I believed the system was just, then hell yeah, I'd be voting. If I actually believed nothing was corrupt. But I think all politics that have ever existed ever are rigged. I really do. So
to a certain degree, yeah.
I don't even say to a certain degree.
Well, I think the problem is that it eventually
I think for the little local things, maybe not as much.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you'd get lucky and get somebody pure like a Leslie Knope, but you know.
But yeah, it's it's that breakdown of who's got the more money.
Yeah, it's always about money. That's why I totally rule out the people with commercials.
Mm-hmm.
Running for sheriff in my county has signs all over the place that say paid for by Christ. See, I would vote against him. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And that makes more sense on, like I said, a local level. But we just moved here. I almost feel like it'd be a disservice to not know enough about it and vote. But Gabe and I like to be informed about stuff no matter what we do. So, like I said, maybe next year when we've lived here a little longer, because we're technically moving again in November. So we move a lot. But I like to know a place before I make judgments, literally, on a place and the people in it. So. And cars? Cats. I hate kitchen. No, you should have left it at cars. Leave me confused. It would have been awesome. I totally am in favor of cars.
I saw, after I had eaten already, I saw Kitchen and posted a video of mashed potatoes.
Oh, yo.
And I was like, I made a mistake.
You should have eaten mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
We do have mashed potatoes.
No, well, I can't eat them now. I'm full.
He had tater tots.
So it's sort of.
So, yeah, you kind of did. I'm actually getting super turned off by tater tots lately. That grease level from the last time I had them, not cool. Not cool.
I'm getting turned off by a lot of the food that we eat.
We used to eat. I don't even
think
of
like,
what I eat. I eat like nothing.
No, I know, but like now, like everything that I eat, like I'm tired of what I eat every day.
You want me to make you asparagus?
No, I don't even want asparagus. That's the problem.
What do you want, man?
I don't know.
Do you want to be a breatharian?
I want to be a breatharian. No, it's like
stupidest thing in the world.
Like I'm waiting. Like something hasn't hit me yet. At some point, I'm gonna get another like craving thing where I'll just have like sandwiches every day.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you have enough fruit in your diet.
I don't have. Yeah, no, I agree.
That's just me. Oh Lord, this can be like the second most consuming time part of a piece is doing this rendering phase. And it's stupid because, or at least I feel stupid about it because it's not like the lighting's in depth or there are crazy materials or anything in it, but it just, for some reason, it just takes me a while. And I don't know why. Like I said, sorry I'm doing this part on stream, but I really have no choice.
Yeah, and we have a slow cooker, but we like packed it away because because we're moving, so we weren't gonna do that yet.
I usually make soups though. Like I make potato soup, I make lentil soup, I make egg drop soup a lot for myself. Maybe 2 to 3 times a week usually. But so I make a good amount of soups. It's just Gabe's being difficult.
No, I mean, we also are eating separately right now because of like we're both.
I'm trying to lose weight technically.
We both have different dietary needs.
Currently. We're both vegetarians, but.
But she sweet potatoes. I like sweet potato fries, but I'm not a big fan of just sweet potatoes.
Ebony, I do like waffles, but they are a lot of calories.
Yeah, it is.
So, currently I can't eat as many waffles as I would like. Oh, I believe that, Buggles. But Gabe likes fruit, and when I notice he's not having enough fruit that I know would sate him, I let him know.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna eat the rest of that melon, the cantaloupe. Why do they call it a cantaloupe if it's a goddamn melon?
I mean,
it's like honeydew.
Honeydew's a melon?
Or do they call them cantaloupe melon?
All cantaloupe or melon, but not all melon or cantaloupe. Like it's the category.
So that's what I mean. Like it is.
Strawberries are a berry. So are blueberries. So are bananas.
Right. So did you hear that? Bananas are berries.
They are berries.
But what I'm thinking is, so cantaloupe is a melon.
Yeah.
Like if you call it cantaloupe melon.
Yeah.
Honeydew melon.
Yeah.
Okay. Water.
Yes.
I'm gonna get some water. What? Watermelon. Oh. Cool. Tex-Mex. Oh.
I'll take that baked sweet potato recipe. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'll try it.
Granted, I had a yam the other night that I prepared myself. I just cut it up after baking it and threw some butter, brown sugar. I'm the cook out of the two of us. Like, I'm the chef, and I really like to cook. So I did the whole yam with the marshmallow thing for myself, and it was awesome. He's not into that. His palate is so particular. He doesn't like a lot of things. Like, he doesn't like kiwis.
I might be allergic to them.
He might be. I don't think so.
Because they mess with my throat, like, hardcore.
I think he has a problem with tart fruit. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Emily. Oh, weird guava, really? Figs are good, Bunny. That's true. Gabo, cantaloupe, antelope? Since it doesn't have a melon in the name?
Oh.
Every time I see cantaloupe, though, it looks like cantaloupe. Is that a...
I like it.
Like, is that... It's not a... Okay.
It's not a thing, no, but that's good.
It looks like cantaloupe.
That'd be a really good rapper name.
No, it would not.
Yo, well, my name is Cantaloupe.
No. Stop. You're giving me dad embarrassments.
And if you don't have a cow, then eat one.
Gabe. Shh. Dad, no. Oh my god. Kill me.
Rit.
Stink bugs. I wonder why this cat's so obsessed with stink bugs. Half the time I know the stories behind these pets, but like, I don't know, I can't really ask questions because I don't want to be rude. But it's just like, oh yeah, and they're really obsessed with this. And I'm like, oh, why? Like, why? But I also don't want to ask. I don't want to be rude. See, yeah, Cantaloupe would not be a good rat name.
Cantaloupe Fiasco.
If somebody's named Waka Flocka Flame or whatever, that is not a good name either. Sorry, Flocka. Another art question. How long does it take you to plan out a composition? Are there several different poses to start? Yeah. I mean, it takes you, depending on how big the piece is, how many elements you have to work in, and like how intricate the lighting is, or what materials are present, all that sort of stuff. It can take a lot of planning. And if there are characters, you have to get down the character body language, their silhouette, so they're at least clear. You have to think about all of that with composition. So with a lot of these, honestly, their body language and such, how if they're turned towards each other, if they're turned away from each other, if they're interacting with each other, all these sorts of things help paint a picture about them. Because when you're actually doing a piece, you want to take into account their personalities, the situation, their relationship together, all those sort of things, if you have characters. Then again, if you're just doing like a scene and it's just like a landscape or something, that in itself is a character. So you want to add mood and ambience, and the things you put into that will give way to the world that it has. So if you add in like a wagon or something, depending on how you make that wagon look, it's going to actually tell the viewer, well, this takes place on Earth, or this takes place in the West, or maybe it's medieval. Like, depending on all that kind of stuff, everything is a character. You have to think about that when you're making a piece, regardless of what it is. Vehicles, buildings, landscape, characters, all those sort of things. They're all characters, right? So, depends on what you've got in it. That's how long it takes. For me, since I've done this over 200 times, it goes quicker because I've got a formula in my head down at this point. But it took me a long time to get there. And I have a background in gaming too. So because I spent 10 years in gaming, I kind of have that already and have a background of knowing characters and all that stuff that I've previously discussed. So because of that and my storytelling abilities, that all adds up to helping me with my compositions and being able to tell a story just by elements that are placed and staged in a picture, in an illustration. But like I said, that all takes a long time to know how to synthesize it together in the right way. And I say do a lot of thumbnails. Thumbnails, when you're starting off, are going to help you. Remember to change the camera angle. Remember to orient things differently. Organize things differently. Think about the main focus of the composition. Usually a three law of thirds? Law of thirds is going to be a pretty solid composition technique. You can look that up. It's called law of thirds. And usually that's just about offsetting your main focus of the piece. And you're going to want to do that majority of the time because it's just going to make it stronger. If you have something in the center or, you don't want to ever have a horizon line be right in the middle of the picture. That's usually a terrible idea. You either want a little bit higher or a little bit lower. And depending on how you treat that, that's going to give you a different feeling of the piece as well. Whether you're higher or lower, where you're coming into the scene, Is this a song from Bleach? No.
Wow.
No. This is royalty-free music. Plus, if I were playing music, it probably wouldn't be anime. No offense. I enjoy bad dad humor. He's your guy. He's the best dad humor without being a dad. It's the weirdest thing. MC Honeydew. Oh, Inky, thank you for the raid. Hi, guys. Ninja Boots, hello. Boss Nose is apparently always high. There you go. Yeah, Desperado, feel free to ask as many questions as you have. We have answers basically for everything, but... Bye, Guava!
Bye,
Try to catch us tomorrow if you're not busy. We'll be dressed up tomorrow. So, for anybody else here, Gabe, do you want to put in your Twitch?
Yeah.
Usually Mondays and Wednesdays we're on Gabe's streams, and Tuesdays and Thursdays, like tonight, we're on my stream. But since tomorrow is Halloween in America, and it's Gabe's stream day, we're going to be on Gabe's channel at 4 p.m. CST. So basically, 6 hours ago, tomorrow, we'll be dressed up and we'll be doing art on his stream. So feel free to give Gabe a follow and write down that, 6 hours ago tomorrow we're going to be streaming. So do you have to get off though to send my stream super later? That is totally okay, Inky. I feel you. When I'm done streaming, I am done computering. So I feel you. Have a good night. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Get some yummy noms, man. Alright, let's see. Yeah, anybody feel free to ask questions. Gabe and I do a lot of this stuff where we answer art questions. We used to do mentorships a lot regarding like conventions. Gabe does professional comic art. He's a comic artist that's worked for DC and Oni and Marvel in the past, that sort of crap, whatever. So if you have any comics questions, I was also in gaming for 10 years. I worked in game art. So if anybody has any questions on that kind of crap, let me know. Or just freelance life. We'll try our best to answer it for you. Otherwise, welcome. Hang out, chill, enjoy. Drawing some cats, whatever. Boss Knows loves comic art.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hello. Here, I'll throw in both of our social infos. How about that? Gabo? Hello again? So for all of Inktober, Gabe was doing a comic. So if anybody's interested in seeing an Inktober comic, go check it out. It was a pretty cute idea.
Grazie.
Kind of want to switch over and do one of my ones that's got chainmail. Ah, see, I already did it though. He doesn't have chainmail either. I'll switch over to the Corgi. Gabe, are you making a book with that comic?
I am.
Apparently he is.
And it's going to be... I'm gonna tone it. Like it'll be color, but it's not gonna be like full color. It'll be like all the lines will probably be like brown. Like all the line art will be brown, and then I'll be using like brown. I'll be using like an orange sort of color for the tones. So it'll be a little Halloweeny. It'll be spoopy.
So spoopy, y'all. You can basically guess, though, that anything we work on that looks like kind of a cohesive product, that we're probably planning it for that. Just because since we are freelance and we do a lot of conventions and stuff, we're basically always working on something we can sell. Because that's kind of just what happens when you're a freelancer. You have to make sure all your time is kind of going towards things that'll amount to a product. So I'm hoping in the coming streams after probably Christmas or a little before Christmas, I'll be working on my next book on the stream, which on some days could be kind of boring just because I might be doing boring parts of it, but at least you'll get to kind of be there during the making of it, and that can be exciting, right? Well, boss, all I can tell you is to start doing it in your free time. If you have another job that you do during the day, a day job, make sure to either start doing it at night and, build that way, because you are going to need to do that. I did that before I quit gaming and switched over to being freelance, where I guess it's called a weekend warrior, but I was also doing it during the weekdays. I'd get home from work, which was doing art, but then you have to mentally learn how to switch over from doing art for work and art for yourself, and learn how to get excited and re-motivate yourself at night to do it then. It can be kind of tricky. But once you've kind of gotten it down and you have a schedule and a habit, you can do it a lot more often and level up that way, so that by the time you're ready, and you'll usually know when you're ready to quit your job to move to being freelance, make sure you have a bit of a nest egg, so like for me, when I switched over, I had like $6,000 saved up, which the more the better, unless you have like, not many expenses or anything already. That's great, but more savings the better, like I said. And then get the ball rolling. If you can do freelance work while you have a day job and kind of build it that way, that can be great too. Just the more prepared you can be, always the better, but there is going to be a time where you just got to jump. I always kind of tell people it's like you're building a new ship while you're on a ship, all right? Because you need to be afloat, right? But you also need to build that newer, better ship, instead of being on someone's crew you're building a ship where you're the captain, right? So you got to make sure that ship is seaworthy before you jump onto it, right? So same sort of thing. But yeah, if you draw all the time now, that's great. Make sure you're doing small things, you're failing faster. You know, the more things you can do and fail fast with that, you'll learn a lot quicker. You'll learn what you like, you'll learn what not to do, you'll figure out more styles, and it'll be better for you in the long run than to do giant pieces that take you so long to do, waste a lot of your time most of the time, and a lot of your materials. Don't do that. Start small, start cheap. You'll thank me later. Thank you, Meowmix. These are, I do a thing called Pets in Armor, where I take people's pets and I translate their personalities into D&D and RPG classes that suit them. So, for these guys, they're both actually girls. I put on some eyelashes there, but she ended up being a general and she was a battle queen. This guy ended up being kind of a mystic. This one was a flauncy prince, they said. These guys, this one's a healer. She'll have a bunch of magic here. He ended up being an adventurous prince, and this one is very much a king. He's got many brushes, lots of squirrels here, a trash can. All these things usually have inside jokes or stories with the owner. So a lot of the time when I show these to people, and this is what they look like in the end, because I feel like when I'm showing you these, otherwise it's kind of like, well, how do these end up looking? So, like, depending on, you know, what they do, what they're into, their relationship with each other, all these sort of things, I take that all into account. I figure out what class they'd be, and, you know, I work out a scene, if possible. Like here you've got a berserker turtle. Let's see, a couple adventures there. You know, and it all comes down to usually if they're passive, passive-aggressive, or aggressive. But yeah, I have this whole little, it's like a quiz. I call it a paw reading for people. They get a kick out of it. It's pretty fun. But if you're interested, you can find them there. I do have pay over time options too through my Patreon. And for anybody that is into Patreon, I just released this really fun tier that I'm actually super excited about. It's the $6 tier, and you basically get a button every month that has a guardian that I give a little bit of a scroll story to. Like, I give you a scroll that's got a story background for that guardian, and then you also get kind of a funny side button that's of whatever I want, that only, like, every patron has a different one, where the scroll story, everybody has the same one for that month, but every button that's the extra button is, like, per patron, so it's kind of fun. Hey Tech Angel, nice to meet you too. Found me through suggested art, and now we live on the front page. Oh! Well, that's great. Yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you for meeting me here as well. I appreciate that. What did you use for the metallic looking armor? Ninja boots. Are you saying the gold bits here? Because usually the gold is, I use it kind of as an after thing sometimes. Thanks for the follow, boss. I appreciate that. Yeah, so for the actual metallic bits, you're gonna be surprised. Usually people are and they're like, what? It's actually just a gold jelly roll. They have a surprisingly opaque, really nice gold effect that is super, like, you can actually render it a bit, like shade it with pencil and things, where like acrylic and other things like that, you can't really do that with. Acrylic really fights you. But yeah, it is a 99-cent jelly roll. Remember, you guys, the more expensive the art material doesn't necessarily mean it's a better material, honestly. Until you get into, like, hardcore into a medium, like let's say you got in a gouache, or you wanted to get in a gouache, right? Buy the cheapest thing you can first. For the most part, they're all going to act the same. See if you like how it works. If you do, start buying the expensive stuff after that. Because it's just dumb to kind of go headstrong into something, buy the most expensive crap just to find out you don't like it. Always start small and start cheap, okay? Best advice I can give you. Hey, thank you, Tech. Ooh, damn. Yeah, boss, get to bed. Get to bed. and work your way up. Yeah, that's why I tell people, they're like, should I get a Cintiq Companion or, a Surface? And I'm like, no, okay, do you think you're bad at art right now? And they'll be like, well, I'm not the best, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, if you don't feel confident in your work, or you cannot make the amount of money you need to buy that thing with your art, you're not ready. You'll either know you're ready for that medium, or, you're just not, or if you can make the money to pay for it with your art, you're there. I'll say you're there. So if you can raise like $2,000 with your art, buy your Cintiq, because at that point, you usually know it's time to level up. You deserve it for this, and this reason. A lot of beginning artists think they need to buy a Cintiq to actually get better at art. Not the case. Not the case at all. It's not the artist. It's the artist that makes the tools, not the tools that make the artist, right? That old saying? If you're a good artist, you can make a masterpiece with ketchup, right? We all know that, right? We've seen that happen. So buying a Cintiq if you're a beginner and you can't even render a sphere? No. So usually, Meow Mix, I tell people when they respond with that, they might be, but usually an outsider will have a better view of them than you do, because one day they could be a barbarian to you, or the next day a wizard. So you end up telling me in an email a whole bunch of stuff about them. I do the paw reading, and I figure out based on what you've told me, and I've done this over 200 times, so I have like a system for it, and I'm usually right on every time now. But I take that all into account, and I figure it out, and I spit you back at you what it would be, and then we go from there, basically. I do them live at conventions, too, like the paw readings. They can be kind of fun. Yeah, there you go. Tech Angel, you get it. The Cintiq. Yeah, this thing. So if you Google that, like, that's the biggest thing artists can buy now for digital stuff. Also, please don't put all your time into digital. It's not lucrative in the long run, and it's not going to gain you much, especially in the apocalypse. So focus on traditional art first. Once you've gotten to a point where either you're bored or you need to carry over your traditional work to make prints and things, then start focusing on digital. Thanks, Meow Mix. Yes, Tech Angel, Gabe has a Huon.
Oh, yeah. Yep, yeah. That's actually exactly what I've got.
And he loves it. Yeah. So how much was that? 400?
It was like 500.
500.
450, I think.
Yeah, it's like a fourth of the price. So when you get to that point where you know you need it, and not just want it, but need it, then you can, afford what you can afford. And you should like traditional over digital. Honestly, I'm a purist, but I have it for logical reasons. Like, anything you make traditionally is already something you can sell, right? And there's one of a kind for traditional work. For digital, if you make something purely digitally, there's not even an original that you can sell. You can only do prints, right? Not only that, but if you want something to be more pricey, you have to do limited edition prints. And that's just stupid. In my opinion, that sucks. Like, you don't know if someone's telling the truth, if it's a limited edition or not, right? But there's something to original art. So, like, the fact I'm drawing on this with my hands, right? They get this, and that's special. Especially in this day and age where everything is digital. So, especially on the other side, too, where when you're learning traditional, you're retaining so much more. You're learning so much more. Digital has like a glass ceiling. You can only get so high with it, okay? And it's kind of bad because it also gives you too much to work with, where you can go crazy and not know limitations, and that can actually make your work worse. Undos for one. So the people that work with traditional mediums, they know there's no undo. So they have to fail over and over and over again to learn, and it stays. when you failed so much that you're wasting materials and stuff, there's a guilt associated with that helps you to learn. Whereas digitally, if you fail, there's no repercussion because of undo. And because of that, I feel like digital doesn't teach you as much, right? So, and not only that, but with digital, you're not learning all the different ways these mediums act. Digital basically acts one way, right? It's just how digital painting works. And unless you actually just go straight on the canvas the whole time and don't use other layers and stuff, that's maybe another way to use it. But other than that, you're never going to know that oil works differently than acrylic, works differently than gouache, works different than watercolor, marker, ink, colored pencil, pastel, oil pastel versus chalk pastel. There are so many, and they all act differently. You're not going to know that if you just do digital, you know? So there's so much to it, man. Yep, and I feel the best way to learn is to have those sort of physical repercussions that there's actually, you know, a consequence. When you fail traditionally, there's a consequence, and you learn from that. You either learn to make art with that mistake, or you redo it, right? And you learn from the fact, well, it's like losing a ton of work when you don't save. It's basically the same effect. You get that giant weight that, you know, clamps down on you, and you're like, okay, I have to do it again. But you know what to do this time, right?
You know what, though, too? I think it's less detrimental when you're doing it traditionally because, like you said, you already learned how to do it. Whereas when you're doing it digitally, like you don't learn that lesson enough.
Wait, I think you said that wrong. Less detrimental?
It's more detrimental to your psyche when you lose a file in terms of digital because you
I don't know,
mess
man.
up.
You ever stepped on like a piece you've been working on for hours?
No, I'm saying like
it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing, but because you've been doing traditional and you've been messing up for however many weeks.
Oh, you're saying you get used to it.
You get used to messing up and you're like, all right, okay, that one sucked.
That is the best thing, actually, about traditional, I think, is it hardens you.
Yeah.
You become a retired warrior. At one point, you've screwed up so many times, you're like, you know what? You know, if I screwed up on this so bad where I knew I couldn't fix it, stone cold face, crumple it up, throw it away, start again. Whatever, it happens. You know, you know at a certain point that you just gotta start over and you don't care. And that's the best thing, I think, is when you get to the point where you don't really care about your art. You do to an extent, but not enough to cripple you, you know? But anyway. Well, that's what I'm saying, though, boss. Price of supplies, it's not as bad as you think, and it depends on what you want to try. So, I have an answer basically for anything. If you want to try a medium, there's always a cheap option to do it. So let's say you want to try marker, right? Start with Prismacolor, first of all. And I know if you're not in the US, that's kind of hard, but find something that's not Copic, right? Start with 3 colors. I'd usually say 3 different grays, and then work with those. And that's under $10. See if you like how marker works. If you don't, you only spent $10. Gouache, you can get a whole set of gouache for $15. Try it, see if you like it. If you don't, $15. Not bad, right? It's only once you start knowing what mediums you like to work with that you start digging in and figuring out, okay, well, the best stuff is this stuff. And even then, don't buy a whole bunch of it. Buy one. See how different it is. Maybe you prefer the super cheap stuff. So, boss, there are ways to get around the expensive thing because that's actually a fallacy. I'm going to say that that's actually false. You can work with a budget. I mean, where else does the starving artist thing come from, right? Uh-huh. We're all poor, but we have to be able to afford supplies, so there are cheap options. No, you're not still limited to one type of medium. Okay, but you can still tell how they work, right? Like, what supplies are you talking about, first of all? Like, what medium are you talking about? Yeah, and Emily, like, you'll eventually, when you've made so many cards, like hundreds of cards, I bet you'll get to a point where you're like, I'm 95% this one, whatever. It's unfixable. Next one. I can do it in half the time. Like, you'll know at that point. Oil and soft pastels. When you say soft pastels, do you mean chalk pastels or oil pastels? Tech Angel, what do you mean? Are you talking about Boss? Both. Okay, so there are cheap options for both of those things, all those things. Maybe you just don't like how they work.
I think that their problem is that the cheap ones are garbage. That's what they're saying. The cheap supplies are garbage.
Oh, I know, but like, then try a little bit of a level up, or find someone who has the next level up. Like, there are ways around this completely. You can find it. It's just how hard do you want it?
That's another thing. You know? Like, when I was not a kid, but I was like 14, 15, 16, I'm like, yo, I want to use markers. But they're expensive. So you know what I did? I'd take my whatever money I could get or find, and I would go to the store and I would buy a marker at a time. By the end of the year, I had like 15, 20 markers. But
being an artist is persistence almost 100% of the time regarding everything you do. So
it's the people that like just sit there and they're like, it's too hard, it's too expensive, and they keep making excuses. Those are the people that you're gonna see that are like in their 60s and like, I could have been an artist once.
Yeah, it's like, if you really want to do it, don't make excuses. Figure out a way to, find it, pay for it, whatever. You'll figure it out.
And then you see those same people who are complaining about how expensive things are, but then you see them spending their money on like the dumbest things. Like,
yeah,
did you need that?
Boss, if you're buying like video games and stuff instead of art supplies, obviously you see your problem or something like that. It's prioritizing and figuring out what is important to you and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, I was that guy. I was buying really dumb shit. I should have been buying like better computing equipment so that I could work on bigger files that I needed to, or or whatever, better watercolors. But I didn't, not until way later when I figured out, hey, these watercolors are shit. I should probably save up some cash and get some real good stuff.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, thank you, Tech Angel. Which also, you went to TwitchCon this year. I want to talk to you about that. Because this is actually marker up here, but the pencil stuff is when I start rendering down here. Like, I haven't done much rendering with the pencil yet, but this is all marker, surprisingly. Gabe does watercolor. I do watercolor sometimes. He's primarily watercolor and gouache. So if you want to see some of his stuff, I swear you gotta start a tag for that. I'm so mad at you for that.
I don't even know if I can retroactively do that.
Yeah, you can. You know you can.
Yeah, no, I'd have to sit here and just
You just have to copy paste in the comments. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, in the comments?
That's it.
Yeah. Okay. That's easy.
Think of how many times I've done that, Gabe.
Yeah.
Dork. So, boss, it depends on what the medium is, but I know what you're saying, that some mediums it is garbage, but it is good to figure out, regardless, if you even like the medium before you start buying the expensive stuff. That's the base of what I'm trying to say. Because you don't want to be like, I want to try oil pastels, and then put down like $300 for oil pastels just to find out you hate them. Because a lot of people hate them. I hate them. But regular pastels, I just bought the big set of pastel pencils, and I only bought it because I got to a point where I've been making a lot of money with my art for a while, and I know I needed more colors, so that's when I knew it was time to level up, and I was able to afford it, and I know I needed it, and for what reasons I needed it. So at that point, I leveled up, but for the longest time, I was still using the cheapest set, and I was doing fine. So yeah, boss, both are important. I agree with you. It's good to have a 50-50, but for the most part, traditional in the long run is going to get you more business as a freelance artist. Digital's good to know, and you have to know it to actually be able to sell a lot of your traditional work. So that's where equalizing is good. But digital has way more handicaps than traditional ever will. And when you say multiple styles, that's not true. I'm actually calling you out on that because I have a million different styles depending on whatever medium I'm using traditionally. I also have a digital style, and I have many digital styles. Because I was in mobile games, I have a mobile game style. Because I've done graphic design work, I have a graphic design style. You do not need one style. And if anybody tells you you do, they're actually limiting themselves. Every artist should have more than one style. Because if you don't, you're not experimenting enough, and you're not trying enough things, in my opinion. You need more than one, and majority of people do. You know, that do a lot of art, you'll find they have many different styles. Like the buildings I make, obviously aren't done in the same style I do characters, you know?
Uber.
We can do multiple styles with one method with traditional too, though, boss. Oh, good, Tech Angel. I'm glad to hear that. Hi, Uber. How are you? Miss you. How you been? Uber, have you had any crazy storms where you are? I feel like you were over in that area that got hit a couple times. Are you okay? Been good? Good.
Indonesia?
No, he's in Malaysia.
Malaysia.
Yeah. I thought there was a storm out there. Oh! Have you been to TwitchCon before this year? And if so, how did it measure up? Otherwise, everybody tells me that TwitchCon, like, we go to tons of cons a year, like at least 1 to 2 a month. And we got into TwitchCon, but we couldn't go this time, so we had to say no. But a lot of my friends have said, in terms of conventions, it's not very good. So how would you compare 2017 and 2018? And is it good? Did you go to the Artist Alley? Like, what did you do?
Oh, also, have you been to other shows?
Other
like,
conventions.
Other conventions, yeah.
Yeah, you can't say shows. You always say shows,
yeah,
and you can't do that. Because some people think you mean concerts.
Right.
I actually was in a friend group where shows to them always meant concerts. Like, you have to be careful. Oh, good, Uber. Good, so you've been safe. That's good. I worry about my overseas buddies. I even worry about my U.S. buddies. My Florida friends keep getting hit by hurricanes, man. Oh, really? Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. I wasn't aware, actually. But that makes sense now that you say you're sheltered by some other islands. Also, I think it's important that people start with traditional work when they're not used to art yet. It's more important you start traditionally and you feel how, you know, a pencil feels touching paper and all that, and knowing to erase and everything before actually going to digital. Not only just for a appreciation for like an undo and things like that, but just having those skills is important. I've known some people who have been strictly digital, and when they get a piece of paper in front of them, they get paralyzed. They can't draw. They say, oh, I don't draw on paper. And it's like, well, so what do you do when you're not around a computer? I don't draw. Okay. It's just, it's a handicap, like I've said. Spent most of my time in Artist Alley and most of the time both years. Dr. Morty, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Last year there were tables to sit. Yeah, you could sit and sketch there too. Oh, that's cool. No tables, at least there were water stations. To fill your water bottles. See, that's funny. That's like a highlight.
Right?
It shouldn't be a highlight. Both years had a ton of lines everywhere, but I guess you can't get away from that with conventions. Yeah, the lines thing, but the station to fill your water bottle should be normal. That's weird it's not.
Yeah.
So, what was your favorite thing and what was your least favorite about the entire con? Sorry, what were you going to say?
I guess they have, you always have what's it called?
Water fountain?
Yeah, water fountain, but man, that is not fun to fill your water bottle. Especially when it's like you only end up filling up like half of it.
Well, I hate the ones that are too low.
Yeah.
Like the little water fountains that are, then you gotta turn your bottle, and then by that time it's just falling back out.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point, man? If anybody wants to talk about their Halloween plans, feel free. We like hearing what other people are doing. Or what you're going to be dressed as, or anything like that. It's always fun. And for those that don't know, tomorrow Gabe and I will be streaming on his channel at 4 p.m. Central. And we'll be dressed up. So, there's that. Ooh, exciting! Good job, Emily. Proud of you.
Awesome, yeah.
You pump out a lot of good content, man. I'm happy you found like a little hobby that's creative and rewarding like that. That's great. No Halloween for you, Uber? Is Halloween even big there? Do people do much? Bought candy, but because I have no real costumes, I may eat said candy. What kind of do you live in like an apartment, Ebony, or a house? Like, do you get many trick-or-treaters even? Because if not, yeah, just eat the candy, screw it. You bought it, it's yours. I saw people buying candy at the dollar store,
yeah.
And it made me think, like, have I ever eaten dollar store candy from someone?
Probably.
Because it's not usually name brands.
Yeah.
And it's like, I bet it's Mr. Goodbar and stuff like that.
Even that is name brand.
I know. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, it's a little bit weirder. Oh, I'm excited, Emily. Commercialized. Yep, that'd be the American way, for sure. And that's my problem with a lot of the holidays, especially, like, compared to even when we were kids. Like, it's gotten even more commercialized, especially when they start the holiday. They keep pushing it back further and further. So, like, this year, Halloween stuff started going out in, like, August, which is kind of ridiculous. And they even had Christmas stuff up. Like, since Hobby Lobby is a Christian-based store, they basically kind of mentally skip Halloween, and they just jump to Christmas. So Christmas stuff was already out in like September for them, which is nuts to me. Like, it's just crazy. And some people don't even register that, and they're just like, oh yay, Christmas. And then they just start buying Christmas stuff, and I don't comply with that. I don't understand. Oh, so there's kids. Well, there you go. Favorite thing is connecting with artists and streamers. Never go to the panels. Yeah, that's a good point. They're always recorded, right? I want to go there and meet everyone. Spend time with the best. They had beanbag chairs? Weird.
Sounds like Google.
That's crazy. So, interesting. Do you go to many other conventions, Tech Angel, or? Oh, I could see that, Uber. Yeah. Affluent communities. It's gotten to a point here, too, where, of course, America's scary, right? We have a reputation for being scary and everybody gets shot every day. Lately, that's been true. But in some areas, they've actually, for a few years now, been doing Halloween at malls.
Mm-hmm.
Because at least then it's contained, it's controlled, and it's usually safe. So that's where we're getting. It's like dystopian a bit.
I think also the problem is that there's a lot of kids that live in apartment complexes.
Yeah, and that's weird too. I thought apartment complexes would have like events for it, but they don't.
No, especially not the ones that are more
impoverished.
Impoverished. Because I remember trying to go when I was a kid, trying to go trick or treating in my apartment building, and maybe they're like one or two. So we ended up just getting together and going to like a neighborhood, like a rich neighborhood.
So that's what I've been noticing too, is people get driven around instead of walking around. Mm-hmm. They get driven to different neighborhoods, not only because of the reason Gabe says, but because fewer and fewer people are actually participating.
That too, yeah.
Like, houses have, it's always been a thing where if you're participating in Halloween and giving out candy, you have your lights on.
Yeah.
You know? So you sometimes have to drive around to find the houses that have their lights on because so many people have pulled back from actually. So it feels like there's this huge divide between people who are super hardcore with Halloween and those of us who are kind of like, eh. You know, so this divide has just widened, and there's, you know, fewer and far between. But when you find them, usually you get, like our buddy Tim, he does full-size candy bars for kids because he makes the yard so scary that he feels like, well, if you make it up to the door, you deserve it, which is a cool tactic, honestly.
I think he just had a trunk full of them, didn't he? Or it was a bowl?
I think one year it was a treasure chest.
Yeah, I think it was the first year that he did that.
Yeah. Hi, Reasonable. Tech Angel, do you do many, do you play many board games? Sorry, in advance. That's a sharpener. Don't freak out. It is a Corgi girl. You see the eyelashes, don't you? Right? Emily, God, like, I was thinking that too. I asked Gabe, he was going down to the office for our apartment to hand in some stuff because we're moving, and he asked him, you know, do you guys do anything for Halloween, because this was our first year in the apartment with, you know, that stuff, and he said no, not really. And you'd think it would be perfect, like you could organize it easy enough to where, you know, just put on your door, yes, I'm participating, and then kids could knock on it. I don't understand. Like, maybe just until a certain time, leave the doors open, and people can come in and do that. I don't know. I don't see a problem with that. Like, I'd be happy to partake in that. I think that'd be cute. Oh, gotcha, Tech. I was gonna say try Gen Con if you like board games, but if your hubby doesn't really partake, then Ebony, that's messed up.
You know what, Tech Angel? I used to be that guy. I used to be the I don't like board games.
Maybe take him to Gen Con and he might actually warm up to it.
You gotta. Everyone likes board games. You just gotta find the right one. Like I've been going to Gen Con for 2 years, and the first year I was like, whatever. Like,
he was really disinterested the first year. And the second year, he knew more shit, and he was going up to places and looking for new games.
But that first year, I'm like, nah, whatever, board games, whatever, right? But even before that, it was like, we used to live with like 5 other artists, and one, like the guy who owns the house, he was like all about board games. And then like one of the other roommates is like in board games. Like he does work for board games. So they'd always be playing Catan. And I was still like, man, this is cool, but well,
it's
whatever.
not for me.
Yeah. But then I went to Gen Con, and I came back. I think I had like 3 board games, and I was like, yo,
we gotta play all these.
We gotta play some board games, dude.
And then Emily here gave us a wonderful one that I still can't wait to play. Once we move, Emily. Once we move. We just actually packed up all our board games, so I know I keep telling you soon, but I mean soon after we move. I do. I promise.
Oh, he always beats you?
December is our time to relax.
Hell yeah.
That's gonna be December.
Which is funny because even for me, it'll be my time to relax because by then it'll just be me doing inks and colors, so I won't be like as crazy.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, our friend like is a championship Catan dude. Yeah. Like he's nuts good, like crazy.
He ruined Catan for me. King of Tokyo is fucking awesome. Mind my language. I saw them playing it last year when we went to Gen Con, and I was like, yo, this is nuts.
Emily, do you mean co-op for Catan? We haven't played that before, no, because it's just like playing even around him was just fruitless. Like I'm surprised he even played. Like he should have just watched and like coached, really.
Yeah, right.
Because it just wasn't. It like wasn't fun. Because he's too good.
It's really
co-op in general.
Yeah, it's really hard to find games like
2 people.
Yeah, 2-player games. Like I was thinking of Dead of Winter, and that one like you cannot play with 2 people because that's incredibly hard.
A lot of the ones we found though that say you know it's like 4 players and up. There's usually a way to play it with 2, but you have to omit a lot of things, which can suck. But yeah, we don't have usually a group we can play with, Emily, so that's what kind of sucks about us. You'd think with, you know, all the people we know, but I have a link to Gabe's channel. Yeah!
Got her.
Oh, thank you.
Am I wrong about it? But what about the,
You can play with 2 people?
What about the, what's it called?
Oh, shit.
The Betrayer.
Emily, you gotta tell us.
Yeah, if you got a Betrayer, what happens?
Maybe if you get the Betrayer, you don't tell?
That's the point of it.
So yeah, then maybe you can. If you think about real life, I could betray you at any time.
Yeah. So you, you've played it then with just 2 people?
I'd assume she has. Yeah. She says it's actually a lot of fun with 2 people.
Oh, is there? Oh, you know, you're right. I forgot that there's a version like that. We're gonna have to try it then. We're gonna have to try, yeah, because I never seen anybody say anything about playing 2-player. But
let's remake the whole game so there's no zombies.
Then you just go around.
Do animals.
You just collect shit.
That's no, you just change them from zombies to something else.
Oh yeah, I guess we could.
Yeah, zombies are lame.
Oh, that's great then. All right, well we're gonna have to try it now.
We have a lot of things to try, which I'm excited about, but at the same time, it's like it's gonna take us a while. Definitely a while, because we just went crazy one week and we just went to every like board game shop we could. We bought tons of board games, and we have this backlog, like for sure, total backlog. But it's exciting.
It's like we're preparing for like a snow out, like when all the power's out or some shit.
Those are so fun. That's why I like snow. You don't understand. Snow is the best. It's the great equalizer. You find out who you truly are when you're snowed in. Oh, that'd be great, Emily. I would really appreciate that. Because, that's been the hardest thing. Like, we want to play D&D 2-player 2, and we've been trying to figure that out. Our first attempt at it was pretty sad. And I'm kind of bummed, too, that the Mouse Guard RPG, you can't really play with 2 people either. Like,
I feel like there probably is a way around it, but yeah, it's like
I feel like we're gonna start actually altering games to be 2-player to where we like could make our own games.
Yeah, right.
Because we're gonna be doing that so much.
We're basically then we'll just start we'll start making our own games and like so it's basically this game, but
like
only for 2 people.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Well, I think a lot of people have that problem that we have. I mean, granted. I mean, we don't have many friends, but that's our own fault, but that's how we like it, too. I mean, do you agree with that?
No, and I think the problem is that if we did have friends...
Do you agree with that?
Yeah. And the problem is that if we did have friends, like more friends, then it'd be like, hey, you guys want to come out tonight? Or like, no. Oh, hey, we're gonna go out tonight. Yeah, no, we're busy. Or well, let's just stop. We're just
the
gonna stop.
friends we have had when we've told them no, we're too busy, they seem to just kind of drop us out, which is completely fine. We understand we're very difficult to nail down and get a hold of, because we're workaholics. We really are, and you know, kind of to a fault. Sometimes we go a little bit crazy with work, but you know, we kind of need to, and honestly, we like it this way. And it's another reason we wouldn't probably make good parents, and at least we realize that.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think and that's why, like, I think we'd be good dog parents, because at the very least we're
here all the time.
Yeah, we're here all the time, and we know how to take breaks when we need them.
For the most part, you do. I don't. I'm bad at that. That's kind of one of my goals for next year is realizing more so when I need a break. And I'm gonna cut down on work in general next year, and try to just be okay with not trying to hoard money. I've just in the past couple of years with how freelance has been with me since I started, I've been making money out of fear, and I mean I make decent money now, almost better than what I used to make with a career. So I'm really not in too bad of a position, but I still have that fear. And I think I'm finally getting to the point where I'm not going to let that fear run me. So that's at least I think that's a push in the right direction.
Nightshade.
Hey, Nightshade.
Yeah, and we actually found like a kids version of D&D that TSR like has what's the word like sanctioned, like they back it. It was created by like I think it was like a psychiatrist or something, like a kid psychiatrist, to help them get into D&D and like learn how to like be cool, I guess. I don't know.
Zion, yeah, it's in the back behind the tree stump. You'll see it. Just head to the left.
Just please, like
bring your own leaves.
Yeah, and when you're done, just get that pail of water and rinse it off, please, because we get a real nasty poop fly problem in the summer.
You gotta learn when to quit.
And then yeah.
This is my channel. You can be gross and vulgar on your channel.
I'm
don't
just
do
making
it on
sure.
mine.
I don't like it when people don't rinse off the poop.
Yeah, I do. I blew through 200 hand-painted trading cards for Con this year. Wow. So wait a minute. You do ATCs?
Tech, are you an ATC? Do you know Papkins?
Yeah, Gabe needs to talk to you. Just start whispering to him, man. You know what I mean.
I know.
Actually whisper.
Does Tech even have a... I should have just clicked on that.
Too excited to sleep. The devil's gonna come tonight and leave things under our toilet? I don't know. What's the equivalent for a Halloween tree? Oh, our pumpkins! He's gonna leave us excrement in our pumpkins. He's gonna shit in the pumpkins. The devil is. That's All Hallows Eve. He comes in when you go to sleep and he shits in your pumpkins. I kind of want to draw that. I want to make up like a Christmas Eve thing for Halloween now. Thanks, Nightshade. Thanks a lot. So Nightshade, is tomorrow the big night then? Your unicorn transformation? Will it be complete? Oh, Buckles. Huh. Every time I see that emoji, I'm just like, huh. I feel like that's the sound he makes. Huh. How about that? Oh no, so Tech Angel, I don't know if you know this, maybe you're doing it without even knowing, but there's a whole like underground trading card original thing that is a thing. Like artists trade trading cards every month. Like it's a thing.
I'm gonna send you. There's a.
Oh, Nightshade, good. Our friend actually does this huge ATC swap every month. Like she's in charge of it. She runs it like a boss. She's great at it. You might be interested, but yeah, there's a whole huge ATC community. Funny enough. True that, Ebony. True that. I'm down with that. Demon excrement. The 5th ingredient on the list of how to get a boyfriend. Oh, okay. Done and done. That's the easiest item on the list. So, Nightshade, when does trick-or-treating start nowadays? Like, I remember back in the day, the rule was trick-or-treating starts when it gets dark. But I feel like nowadays, it's changed.
When it
got dark, then you'd go trick-or-treating.
No way.
That's what ours was.
What?
Yeah. You went trick-or-treating during the daytime? Are you serious?
I went...
Okay,
well, I mean,
first
it
of
was
all,
daytime
Gabe lived
still.
in Chicago. So
maybe that's why.
Yeah, because for us, I never was trick-or-treating when the sun was out.
Ah.
It was always night. Like, my entire everything.
It would start to get to night?
No, dude.
But, wow.
It totally, like, dark out for us.
That's crazy.
Minnesota, I guess, safe. Okay, yeah, younger kids. And I'd assume, like, when you say younger kids, you mean, like, God, how old? Like 5, maybe? Hey, can you find me my Carbothellos over there? The ones in the nice case. Sometimes I need to skip to the next phase to be able to visualize the phase I'm in now, so...
Stabilo.
Just to kind of brag a bit, because I'm proud of these. And like I said, I think I deserve them because I've been working with pastel pencils for years now. I got this nice case, courtesy of Gabe. He gifted it to me, of all my pastel pencils. And I love that it comes in this case. But this is the biggest set of them. I needed more colors because I only had the 30 set. This is the 60 set. So look at all these wonderful colors for aminals. Isn't it great? So that'll help a lot. So that's an investment too. I get to write that off on taxes. So I need a pink. Pinkish. Like a rose, I guess. Oh, this is a nice box. A little bit of pink here. So this is what I'm saying about using the pastel pencils on top of the marker, because this would technically be a whole nother marker color, and that's money, and markers are expensive. So if you can just tint the marker using either like a colored pencil or a pastel pencil, you're saving money. Saving money. So look at that. Already we're there. How good is that? So good. So good. Mom's house, not Dad's apartment. Very different. Yeah, it sounds like it, Ebony. I'm sorry your dad's apartment was scary.
Oh, bye, Em.
Bye, Em. Thanks for coming. I can't wait to see your card tomorrow.
See.
And feel free to come to the stream if you're around and pimp your card. Show people. Pimp your card. It's funny because sometimes I think I slip into your accent, and sometimes I think I slip into Minnesota. It's crazy. Card. Store. Stores. It's funny because stores and stores, it's real close.
Yeah.
I feel like saying something with a Mexican accent is pretty close to Minnesotan or just like a Midwest. Oh yeah, guy there. Okay. That sort of thing. Yeah! Angel, if you want to just put it in the chat too to get more traffic, feel free. We're very link friendly, especially when it comes to art. And if you're interested, we also have an art Discord where we have like an art community for when we're not streaming. We do things there. Feel free. And funny enough, the Discord link just went under your comment, so yeah, go for it. How far were you from Fargo? Fargo is in North Dakota. Everybody thinks it's in Minnesota. It's in North Dakota, okay? But it's weird. I don't even know where Fargo is in terms of where I lived. I just know it's in North Dakota. That's fine, Tech. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it. That is weird, Ebony. No problem, Emily. Have a good night, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nightshade, I better see pictures on your Instagram for tomorrow. Or else I'm gonna come find you or something. 100 channels? Why do you have 100 channels? Oh my god, what are they all for? What are you doing?
Oh no.
Oh no. That's how everybody assumes everyone talks in the Midwest Nightshade. It's the weirdest thing. However, I am noticing a Michigan accent from people now. Which is interesting. Do you have the Michigan accent? Or I've heard Michigan people actually call it, what is it, an Upper Peninsula accent? Something like that? So I'm not as diligent with the rest of the commission as I am with the face. I feel like as long as you get the likeness down on the face, you're good to go everywhere else. Oh, come on. Damn it. I try so hard to keep things in order, but... Oh. Cool! Nightshade, you know I like that. I'm totally down with that. That's great. Trolls. That's awesome. I want to be a troll. What am I? I'm not a troll, am I? Let's do part of this bird. It's sad because this bird is pretty old, so her feathers and stuff are kind of mangy. But it's like, I don't want to draw them mangy, you know, because I want to make her look somewhat pretty, but she is an older babe. I went to Pictured Rocks and couldn't understand any of them. Nightshade, I have no idea what you just said. What is that? Pictured Rocks? Is that a place? Is that a thing? What is that? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, it's a state park. Interesting. Tech Angel. It is actually, so I can't really use Strathmore. I think you're thinking of the one with the cowboy in the front, right? That one doesn't work very well with markers. You need to actually know your markers really well to know how to manipulate that paper to work for you. This is actually a Cachet Earthbound sketchbook, and they are getting harder and harder to find. Here's the label. But their paper, it's a Dale Rowney brand, and the paper is so dense and like really good for marker and ink actually. So I highly suggest it if you are into more wet mediums like marker or ink. It doesn't hold together as well for painting, obviously, but for this it's pretty good. And it's recycled paper. But it is my favorite, and I do primarily everything on it, honestly. All my commissions are done on it, so. Oh, Tech! I love these. Your ATCs are cute. These are wonderful. Gabe, did you give her a link to
Yeah,
Papkins?
yeah.
Cute. I love your seahorses. And your jellies and your fish are cute. I like your bird with the acorn hat and your manatee. Those are dope. I love it. Oh, weird. Yeah, Nightshade. I'd never heard of that. Yes, Dale Arowney has become really hard to find. It's weird because Barnes & Noble used to have these like crazy. It was in their journal section, you know, where they have the sketchbooks, right? And you're like, oh ho ho, as an artist, you're like, well, I'm not gonna find anything at Barnes & Noble for art supplies because most of their art supplies are a joke. But holy shit, was I wrong with at least these. You know, I found these, 4 years ago, and all of a sudden it's everything I do. And it's incredible how good the paper is for marker. Like, it's insane. It bleeds through the back, but I mean, that's every marker, and you should get used to using a bleed sheet, regardless. But if you are into marker, make sure you never use watercolor paper or any paper that's really porous, soft, not dense, because it's just going to suck the pigment out of your marker and your marker's going to go twice as fast. You know, I mean, obviously watercolor paper is meant to soak up stuff, so don't use marker on that. You want really smooth, not textured, super dense, nice paper for marker, typically. And ink, because then you don't get that weird toothiness that makes ink spider and such. It's funny because Gabe basically works on exactly opposite paper that I do, unless he's using Bristol. This is basically like tinted Bristol, almost. It's a little bit lighter in terms of its poundage, but for the most part, it's pretty similar. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I agree.
Like, it works similarly to Bristol, I would say. Okay, so actually, I'm going to... Where did that go? Real quick. Sorry. I hope that's not that loud. If that's loud, tell me and I'll start muting it. You're welcome, Tech. My pleasure. You do really, really cute stuff. I like it. Keep at it. Especially if you start doing a Papkins thing. That actually is a good thing to do, because then you make, you know how you were trying to make acquaintances and friends and stuff? This is a wonderful community that she's made, because a lot of people, she's got a whole mishmash of different talent in there, different skill levels, and, you know, the people are really great. They're all really creative, and they're all really nice. So she's actually made a really good community with that, and I would definitely give it a go, at least for 1 month. Try it. Since it's free, too, you know, why not? That's true, Buggles. Or if they're using headphones, yeah. I usually mute it, but sometimes it's like, I don't know, I don't necessarily want to do that. But if it hurts you guys, I'll definitely mute it. I just didn't know, you know, how bad it actually is. I haven't tested it really, but... Hey, Tad! How you doing, buddy?
Ted.
Sorry I couldn't make it to Heather's stream earlier. I was prepping for my stream. But Gabe said she was doing some cool stuff with masking fluid, so I'm excited to see what she was up to. How you been, Tad? How you both been? Keep forgetting you guys live in Charlotte. Oh, you're visiting your family. Okay. Oh, by Raleigh. Okay. Is that in North Carolina, Ebony, or is that in Florida? Which Raleigh? 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 I don't know which one it is. Riley? I don't know. I try to know. I don't know. Okay, so I got those in. God, I gotta do something about... Hold on. This might get weird. I just wanna... Oh no. Stop it. There. Is that lighting better then? It is. Okay, good. Not on me though, but that's okay. Working, left Heather in Florida. Oh! She didn't want to come with? Wait a minute, you went to Charlotte. But Charlotte's so much better than Florida. I enjoy North Carolina a lot more than Florida. In fact, I enjoy everywhere more than Florida. Florida was the worst place I've ever been in my life. You guys are crazy. You have my mad respect for living there, but I could never. My blood is not meant for that. But at least you're up with family. What are you up there for? Just like holidays or just for fun? Just to see the fam? And yes, by holidays I mean Halloween. Hey man, you could be pagans. I don't know.
It's true.
I'm down with it. I'm extra down with it, actually. Extra. I'm telling her that, but she won't move to North Carolina. Is her family in Florida? Is that part of the reason? Just all you southern people, you're crazy. Like, I could never live in that much heat. It's amazing to me. And especially since you guys don't really, like, you have seasons, but, like, you don't have seasons like we do. So it's like, seasons to you, you know, they might seem kind of crazy. Like, you go from, what, 90 degrees to 60 or something. It's like, oh no. But I couldn't deal with that. That's so crazy. Heat is just nuts. You're all brave. Brave, brave, brave. I noticed, though, when I was in the South, everyone just does seem really sluggish, though. Is that because of the heat? Also, am I saying heat weird? I feel like I'm trying really hard. Raleigh? 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 Is it Raleigh or Raleigh?
Raleigh.
Raleigh?
Raleigh.
It's Raleigh, like Rawli.
That's how I've heard it.
Raleigh?
I mean, there's a...
Because it's Lee at the end.
Yeah, there's like a
Raleigh.
hip-hop group, Little Brother, from Raleigh.
Okay.
In Chapel Hill.
Oh, your sister's a cheerleader for the Panthers? Oh, cute. That's great. Birthdays, yeah. I'm glad you're so tight with your family, Tad. That's wonderful.
That's like a...
That's a big deal.
Yeah, that's like being as good as as one of the Panthers.
Basically, she must make mad money. Money, money, money.
Or actually, yeah, I wonder, do they make good money?
It's because of the heat and sick of tourists and traffic. I could definitely see that. Yeah, the traffic was insane. Wasn't as bad as like New York, but damn. You guys are close to being that bad. Yeah, everybody, it's weird because it did seem like everyone was sluggish, but at the same time super irritated. So that must be the tourism thing. Because I feel like the New Yorkers have the same thing. Like, they're sick of everybody. They seem sick of themselves. Like, New York is a crazy place. And I didn't really realize the whole Midwest nice thing until I started going to other places to find out how mean other people are. So it's not that we're just extra nice, it's just that we're nice, period. You know? And go somewhere else and people are just, oh my god, they can be so mean some places. However, Georgia was the closest I think we've come to Midwest nice in the South. Because they're just so... They're more, it's not sluggish, but chill and just sweet, you know? East Coast is full of assholes. For the most part. It was funny, though, when we'd go to AwesomeCon, it was usually full of really great people, but then we'd go further north, and it could get crazy. Like, I'm gonna save what I'm thinking until after we go to Baltimore. I'll see how that goes, but there seems to be a dividing line. A little bit. Kind of similar to the West Coast, really. Because, like, Seattle has great people, but then LA sucks. I don't know. I'm sorry, Gabe. I did not like LA.
No, I mean, I don't like LA either.
Okay,
but,
good.
yeah, no, there's yeah, I don't, there's nothing really great about LA, I guess. It's almost like Chicago, but it's hot all the time and there's no buildings, and it takes forever to get anywhere.
LA was just gross too. I'd say more gross than Chicago.
Also, it's stinky in a way that New York is not stinky. It's like, at least in New York, like, there's a reason for it, but when you're driving in LA and it smells, you're
it's like sea stink.
Yeah, you're like, what the fuck is that?
It's kind of what Florida stink was like.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it is sea stink. Yeah, Tad, Georgia was great. Every time we go there, I'm like, yeah, that's part of the reason we like Dragon Con. It's because, the people there, and it's great, and they're nice. And it seems cheaper than other cons around that area a little bit, so we don't mind Dragon Con. We like Dragon Con. I'm down with Dragon Con. And plus, we do pretty well there. It's one of our better shows, probably top 5, but towards the 5th. Okay, so now I need... Jeesh. Oh god, I don't know if I'm gonna finish all these by Saturday. What's everybody doing right now? Gabe, what are you doing?
I'm working on the last bit of Albert stuff.
Oh, yeah? The last bit?
Basically.
Okay. I was gonna say, you told me the last bit like a week ago.
Well, yeah, that's what I've been working on here and there.
Oh, I see. Turn to the side, birdie. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, she's got blue. Damn it. Okay, that's fine. I can just do this. Oh, that sticks out. I'm gonna have to fix it. Ugh. Ebony's eating oranges.
Oh, speaking of.
Heck yeah.
Excuse me.
Can I have a piece?
Show can. Show enough.
Sure did.
Sometimes I just get ideas of just doing like a comic book.
Then what?
Well, it was a comic of this dude and he just runs into a town and just cuts everyone down.
Yeah.
And it looks like normal people. And you're like, yo, this guy's nuts. He's just murdering everyone. But then you find out that they're all evil people. Even the children are evil people.
How do you find that out?
At the end.
Oh?
And then you're the evil one, and he comes after you because you were passing judgment on him.
Wow. Wow.
But that's just in my brain TV, and you'll never get to see it.
Wow.
So Gabe needs a psychiatrist. That's cool.
So?
Things have changed.
The situation has changed.
In the Situation Room.
Someone call the police. I am in danger.
My name is Wolf Blitzer.
Zombies. Just for fun, Tad? Are you a zombie fiend? What's everybody's favorite Halloween movie? Let's do that one.
Halloween 3.
Really?
Well, you said which...
Halloween movie is your... Oh, God. You're shit.
Say what you're gonna say. Say what you're gonna say.
And it doesn't even have to be like a movie that takes place on Halloween or any crap like that, but a favorite movie to watch during Halloween.
Halloween Town.
You don't mean that.
I hate that damn movie.
No, Tad, that's totally cool. Everybody's got their thing.
Demolition Man.
I mean, at least Die Hard being a Christmas movie makes sense. But you saying Demolition Man for a Halloween movie doesn't.
Hey, they were all dressed up weird.
It's the 80s. We forgive them. Oh, Jacob Slater, Paranormal Activity.
Oh, damn.
So
Jacob
you like
Slater.
horror movies? Like legit ones?
Even now, there were angels carrying savage weapons.
Yo.
That's from Jacob Slater.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You've seen it?
No. It's in a DJ Shadow album.
Oh, and
he
you
samples
looked it
a lot,
up?
and he samples
Oh.
that it's like a minute long.
This is how
monologue.
Gabe gets most of his knowledge, from random sources. And you're like, whoa, you've seen that? And he's like, no.
Nope.
Well, there goes our talking point. Thanks, Gabe.
It might have been actually science fiction, but I could be wrong.
Oh my god.
Which was an album.
So, Tad, those are your two favorite horror movies, huh? So you're like a legit horror fan and not so much a slasher fan, yeah? Is that how it is?
But really, Hocus Pocus.
For reals this time?
I think so.
Gabe, damn it.
I think that I'm being serious. I think that might be my favorite Halloween movie.
Is it? Okay. That's at least a legitimate choice.
To some.
No, it's at least it's a Halloween movie.
It
It's
is.
literally a Halloween movie.
My favorite part is when she starts singing.
I know. Mine too. I think we're both talking about Sarah Jessica Parker, right?
No.
Oh.
When what's her face starts singing
Put a spell on you?
yeah,
Yeah.
and then when she's like, book.
Book! Book!
But the part where she starts crying about it.
Where are you, Book? That
I think
part?
that's right. Or when the big lady, she's
Mary?
like, Winnie.
Winnie!
Winnie.
Winnie. Goodbye. That is another movie I've seen too much. I just realized that now. So I probably know all the words and I didn't even realize it.
I think when I was a kid, when it first came out,
Yeah.
like Sarah Jessica Parker was like, yo,
Yeah.
what's up?
Dude, that's when she like looked her damned best ever.
But then like I didn't know it was her, right?
Yeah.
So all this time I was like, yo, remember that girl? Yeah, she was like the best looking witch ever. But then later on I was like, oh wait a minute. Oh no.
Oh no.
Uh,
Oh. Yeah, it was really weird. I don't know what they did because she looked damn totally
I think
different.
she was
I
just
don't know.
young.
Mm,
Because she was in that other movie that we saw where she's the best friend, remember? What was that movie?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh wait.
Aha! I can tell, Tad, by those two movies that you don't like slashers. Interesting.
What movies did he pick?
Jacob's Ladder and Paranormal Activity.
Oh yeah, Paranormal. Oh my god. I don't like watching those because that shit is like it's
That
not.
literally messes with your head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But not to mention that like nobody gets out of that alive. Like no one. Ever. It sucks. And it's like this just happened to normal ass people too. It's not like it happened to like you were asking for it. You were playing with the Ouija board.
Dude, I gotta say, okay, so, if I have to say, I don't watch horror movies anymore, I'll be honest. I've grown into a wimp. I used to be able to watch them more so than now, and now it's just like, I don't want to be, scared for no reason. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to fear going to bed. I'm over 30. So, I don't watch that anymore. But when I did, the movies that really effed me up were the Poltergeist movies. Those were legitimately scary to me.
So you were 10?
What? What?
When's the last time a Poltergeist movie freaked you out?
Oh, I'm kind of was. I don't
Okay.
know. Like, I mean, like,
Have you seen the paranormal movies?
I don't want to.
Okay, you
No,
we're
if I
never
can't
watching
handle Poltergeist effed me up when it came to static on television. That's the
Yeah.
reason I couldn't watch White Noise.
Yeah.
Okay? I love Michael Keaton to hell and back. Like, I love him so much, but I cannot watch that movie because I believe that crap transfer shit. I don't know.
Then we're never gonna watch Paranormal Activity.
Yeah, no, I don't want to. No.
Because then you can't run from the things that happens. You can't get away from.
No.
There's nothing you can do.
And then like Hellraiser screwed me up. I saw that too young. That was my mistake. Like my dad was like, "Oh yeah, but that's not
You want
orange.
it separate?
That's not an orange."
Oh.
He hands me a cantaloupe. Do you not remember him saying it was going to be an orange? Ugh.
No, because he said he's having an orange, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have an orange fruit.
I've heard that's good, Tad. I do kind of want to watch that one. Just because I do like psychological ones better if I have to watch one.
Which one's that one?
The Haunting at Hill House on Netflix, it's gotten like phenomenal reviews.
Is that new?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a really
Get the orange! I've been waiting for it! Oh, I'm getting hangry.
You want me to peel it?
I don't even want you to talk until you get me the orange.
It's in the drawer, right?
So this whole time you've been doing cantaloupe?
Yeah.
You said you were gonna do an orange.
No, the fruit that I was gonna eat was orange.
Oh my god. Okay, I would even argue that's peach.
Okay.
Okay?
No.
I'm there right now.
No.
You know what to do with that.
Is it the one in the drawer?
No, I don't. That's yours.
Are they in this bag?
I already ate. Those are yours too. All the ones that are left are yours.
Okay, so you want one of mine.
I want one of the ones in the bag because that other one, I don't know that other one's story. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. What are your favorite animals? Can I paint you something? Aww, Angel. Let's see. What is my favorite? I like either porcupines or beavers. Those are my two favorites. So whatever you feel more comfortable drawing, I love either of those. And slap some clothes on them if you want. Gabe, what's your favorite animal?
I think it's koala.
Man, you always say koala, but you ain't got no good reason to pick a koala.
I just like the nose. I love their
Okay,
noses.
do you like to draw them, or do you like them just in general?
I also like to draw them. I even created a character. His name was Gabo San
No,
Lucas.
I know, and that's why I'm saying maybe you shouldn't pick a koala because you have personal ties.
Whoa, then what's the point then?
I'm just saying.
Minotaur.
That's not a real animal. Okay, you can choose either a koala or a minotaur for Gabe. Up to you.
Or if that's too difficult, I guess.
Okay, bye, Dented Wand. That wasn't funny.
What?
Thanks for being a troll. Good night. Don't come here again. You even said okay to my terms of service, you bastard. How dare you? I'll find you. No, I'm just being scary. Happy Halloween! I'll find you. I have the internet. Do you know who the fuck I am? No, I'm just kidding.
I want the Quantico, man.
You're taking your damn time on that orange, though.
It's really tough for some reason.
Because it's cold.
Yeah.
And you're in pain?
No, and it's from
This is
the
what you
Bronx.
get.
Came from the Bronx.
Get out of here, then. I don't... No.
Bowl? You want it in a
Find
bowl?
yourself if you're bored as fuck. Get out of here.
Do you want it in a bowl?
No, I want it on top of a refrigerator brought to me on fire.
So a little bowl?
Little bowl's fine.
This big?
Wait, do I get a whole orange?
Yeah.
Don't put it in that one. Put it in one of the shitty bowls. This is crazy.
I just didn't know if you had space.
I appreciate the non-trolling. Thank you. Come back when you have something lucrative to say.
Lucrative. We want to make money off of you.
Or just take a delicate hand. Ain't Gabe's! No, I'm just kidding. It's Halloween for us in 20 minutes. Then the devil comes and he poops in our pumpkins. Treats for everybody. I bet if the devil poops, it looks like cat poo.
No.
I bet it's like little cat poos.
No, it's goat poops.
No, dude.
Yeah, because he's always
I
depicted
bet the
as
devil
a goat.
is a cat. No, I know he's depicted as a goat. I can't work with this. I need to be able... No.
You
this
want
is-
them all separated?
This is bullshit.
Stipulations.
No. Alright. Night, Denford Wand. Yeah, that's what you get for being a troll. You're gonna get harassed. It's part of it. I'm not a sweet elf, please. For those that know me. You know what's up. No one leaves alive. Everyone leaves on fire. I burn every bridge I walk on.
Do you want salt on that?
I poured enough salt on it already. Mmm. Oh, it's tart. Mmm. It's orange fighting back, man. That's like a lemon. Shit. Alright. Dad, do you know what either Heather or your next con is? I guess it's Heather and or your next con. I ship you guys as an art power couple. I want to see you start tabling together or something. Thanks for the orange, Gabriel.
You are welcome. You want Ren Fair?
Gee. Fun! Like you're actually showing that one or you're visiting one? Like attending one? Are you vending or attending? Also, if you're vending, was it a lot of money? Because every time I've looked into Ren Fairs, they're like a couple $1,000s for a booth. Oh, you are vending. Okay. Let me know about how much that is. I'm super curious. If you don't mind saying blah, 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 blah. In your rogue outfit. Yes! Gabe's gonna be a satyr at FairyCon. He's a satyr boy. We should all Ren Fair it up someday. That'd be super cute. You guys would be fun to chill with. Ebony, what's up? Like Twitch dating at TwitchCon? Or Twitch dating through Twitch? I guess that makes sense. It'd be scary though. I don't think you'd get many women signing up right away. That just seems weird. Honestly, why hasn't Facebook started a dating thing?
Oh, right?
Yeah.
Actually, no. That might be weird.
No, it makes more sense than Twitch. Honestly. Oh, damn it.
What the?
What?
Yo, there's only like 2 artists at Bristol Ren Fair.
Probably because it's expensive as shit to get a booth. They're usually a couple $1,000s from the ones I've seen. Because everyone on Facebook hates each other. Yeah, that's true. Gabe, can you find vending info in Bristol's?
You have to apply.
Tad, can you tell me if it's at least more expensive or less expensive than a con?
Oh, here we go.
If you can't give a number.
1 to 3 weeks is 500. 4 to 6 is 1,000. 7 to 9 is 1,500.
That's not bad at all.
Uh-huh.
But that is a lot of time.
Yeah. That'd be like I don't even know how often they're open.
Yeah. Wow.
Uh-oh.
And looking ahead, you get to see some new things, new ways to interact on your streams. There's just so much stuff that hasn't been built yet. Can you imagine a dating app? That would be kind of cool. Having a dating app on Twitch, or even a virtual girlfriend-boyfriend simulator. That'd be pretty funny. I think that there's so many things you could do.
She says that'd be pretty funny. That's not very assuring. Plus, this is a woman saying this.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if she streams. If she streamed, I don't think she'd be saying this. Especially if she is a game streamer, I don't think she'd be saying that.
Yep.
That's crazy, Ebony. Wow.
And
Oh
you-
my god. Cold.
Anybody who's going for the full season also has to pay an additional $1,000 fee for tent rental. Or if you have your own period appropriate tent.
Can we just call it tent rent because it
Yeah.
rhymes?
Yeah.
I like that way more. They missed a golden opportunity there. Was that your mouth or your butt?
I don't know. And I'm too afraid to ask.
What to do, Heather? Your beau's here. Don't worry, he didn't say anything bad. He's been okay. He's been aight.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite horror movie, Heather? We've heard from Tad, and I've assessed some things about Tad based upon his horror movie selections. Now, what are yours? He told me to come in. Oh, good. Well, I know you were streaming earlier, and what Gabe said you were doing with your masking fluid sounded cool. So I'm excited to see what your piece looks like. But if you are tired, though, don't feel like you gotta stay. I know how that goes. Like, I hate staying at people's streams when I've streamed personally, so I get it. So if you gotta duck out, feel free. But otherwise, we love having you. Do you have any plans for Halloween since apparently you're gonna be alone? Since there's no Tad? You both love Paranormal Activity, the person. That's what you both said. Newlywed Game. You get points. Sorry, it's probably not Newlyweds. I don't know how long you guys have been married. Either way, Newlywed Game, you get points. Gabe, what's one of my favorite Halloween movies?
The Crow.
Hey! Newlywed Game! Yay! Oh. 4
Wow.
years? Hey!
Great.
And that's coming up. You guys got fun plans or anything? What are you gonna do? 4 years, that's great. Did you know each other a long time before you got married too? Congrats. Congrats, congrats, congrats. $10 Oh, 9 years. Uh-oh, which is it? Oh, you lost points. Newlywed Game. Oh, Dad, no. Oh, flush. I'm kidding. That's still pretty good. I actually forget our anniversary date more often than he does. He's better at it, so. Art life is a blur. It totally is. Oh my god. It's crazy. I've only been with Gabe for 3 years, but since we've been 24/7 together and we don't do anything apart, it feels like a decade. But I have known him for 15 years. I don't know. I keep saying 15, but I've been saying 15 the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So is it 18 now? When did I meet you? How old was I?
I don't know. I have no idea.
We need to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Actually, you can probably go...
Yeah, I was gonna go look on DeviantArt.
I wouldn't do that. I'd just see if like you could figure out when you followed somebody. That'd probably be more of a better indicator.
I don't think DeviantArt holds that information.
I think it does.
I don't think so.
Search it for it. Like, Google started following and then DeviantArt. Or DeviantArt started following date. Search. I don't know.
Oh, that is easy. That's fair. So Tad's at a bit of a disadvantage. That makes sense. Did you find one?
No.
Really?
I'm telling you, that doesn't exist.
Dude,
it's
if
not
they
Facebook.
have like unfollow yeah, no, it is. I've done it before.
You've found this before.
Well, where I've wanted to find someone who unfollowed me, like way back in the day on DeviantArt when I cared.
Well, there's 2005 when I did this drawing for you.
Yeah, but that was still like we had been friends for a long time already.
No, it wasn't a long time.
That was long years.
Cause I knew you before Carl, right?
No, I think you found me because of Carl. Or vice versa.
I don't know. That's okay, Heather. I'm the same way.
Oh shit.
I know.
I wish they had like a relationship viewer thing like Facebook has. That'd be cool.
I don't even remember my login info for DNR.
February 18th, 2005.
Was what when we first talked?
I think so. LOL, your profile just made me piss my pants.
I said that?
You're one silly motherfucker, man. Rock on. Your gallery kicks too.
Oh, you said something to me then.
No, well, then it says, thanks so much for the fave. Your gallery rocks hardcore. Keep it up.
I talked like shit. I hate Young Me.
Let's see what I
2005.
said
So
on
that's like.
Oh, maybe that's not 15 years.
That's only 13 years. Dude, whatever. I think I knew you pre-DA. I don't know.
I don't know how, but 15.
I didn't understand any of it.
That's okay.
Sorry about the mastication, Heather. I'll try to chill it out. See, sometimes I realize I'm not even doing it. I'm the problem. I know, I'm sorry. I will try. It's this microphone, it's like 3 feet away from me and I don't know how good it can catch things, so ugh. Don't be mad at me, I'll try to be quiet about it. I'm trying to destroy this orange though because I'm hangry, bro. Not hangry though. At least I'm not smacking though, right? That would suck. I'd I'd kill myself. Oh, do I? Oh no! Oh. I gotta be more mindful of that too. I have a friend that actually gets super nauseous when people burp. So you can't burp around her. And then I have like the misophonia thing. So that it's like people can't smack. Like poor Gabe's brother, who is like the loudest everything ever. He like smacks his lips, he burps, he does all these things, and there are these girls in the room that just have all these problems with that stuff. I feel bad. I don't want you to leave, Heather. No. I'll try to sniff very like quietly. Maybe over a long period of time. It's only when I'm like head down, you know? But yeah, if I'm ever doing it, just let me know. Because usually the problem is that I'm just, you know, I have the problem too, but I can't always know I'm doing it, which is the worst thing ever. And I feel awful about it. So, you let me know. What?
I said, OMG, if I had a drink, you would be the ice in it. Because you are chill. Space,
Is that the first hit on me ever?
Enter. Yeah. Enter. I'm so clever. Rawr. And you said, LOL. Oh, cheesy. Tis cool. Baby. Word. What?
I said baby? Like how?
B-A-Y.
Ew. Really?
And then I said, Galvo love shower shine too. OMG, it's Robo Jesus epic mode. Oh my
Yo,
God, hi.
shower shine, scrubbing bubbles, OG.
And then you said, LOL, OMFG, you rock, LOL, you are one crazy
Okay.
mofo.
Oranges are gone. ...
Good
Good to go.
If I had a club, you'd be in it. LOL, shower shine is bomb. Thank you.
So we talked about cleaning supplies, because I had an obsession with scrubbing bubbles. It was actually my icon for a long time. It was a scrubbing bubble that was farting itself because it had bubbles and it got embarrassed. It's very cute. I was like 15.
Yeah, so I don't... maybe
I
there's
don't
some
like
things
the
missing.
smell of my own farts, but I like to know how healthy I am. Can I say it's for scientific reasons? It is weird. Yeah, you're right. I never actually thought about that. I don't really listen to how bad I am. I have noticed, though, through Gabe telling me that sometimes I'm terrible at my own sounds.
What do you mean?
Like, I talk with my mouth open, I kind of smack sometimes, stuff like that.
Sometimes, yeah.
Not as bad as I
No.
think. Okay.
No.
Well, that's good. Glad I'm not a hypocrite. It's one of the worst things in the world. I don't want to be a hypocrite, man. Thank you, Ebony. I just wanted them to be over because I didn't want to keep offending Heather. I'm so sorry, Heather! Do people celebrate Halloween even on weekdays? Like, I mean, who don't have kids? Like, are any of you guys actually doing anything? Or is it usually like a party on the weekend? Gabe and I don't go out, so we like to ask people what they like to do. Because we don't do anything. And I'm okay with that. I prefer it. I hate going out. I really do. It's just, I just don't care. Hi, Red 5. Thank you. Here, sorry. I'm trying to work on a couple commissions at once, so it's like I'm equally going too fast and too slow. Oh, don't give you gum. Oh no, Tad. How about a mint? Can you deal with mints, or do you still click it around? Hey, there you go, Heather. Maybe you can find some ghost Pokemon. Do they actually up the rate of ghost Pokemon on Halloween so people can catch them? Like, can you get a Gengar easier than you can normally? You should be able to.
Right.
Damn them if you can't. Perfection, Red 5. Red, you've been following me for a while, right? I feel like I remember your name, like, hardcore. Like, from the beginning. Am I right or wrong? Because I could totally be wrong. Like, I'm fairly confident I'm wrong, but, you know. He doesn't like mints, just gum. Somebody goes. I just bought some ginger gum to hopefully help on our car drive to FairyCon, because I don't want to get knocked out by Dramamine, man. That stuff knocks me on my ass, and then I can't do anything. I don't want to be useless. Never used to do anything. Oh yeah, Red, you're from Minnesota. Yeah, that's how I knew you. Duh. I haven't seen you in a long time. How you doing? Friend's house would basically be there because they were crazy for Halloween. I always think that's kind of fun though. Even if you yourself aren't crazy about Halloween, sometimes it's kind of fun to be around the people that do love Halloween too much. And I mean too much. We have a friend who, he's got a ton of Halloween decorations from years and years and years ago, but every year he seems to buy like $1,000 of new stuff. Every single year. It's crazy. He's obsessed with it.
Like, he literally, like, saves up his money for Halloween.
Oh, Red, that's great. I hate to say it, but I basically cheaped out at the end of Inktober here because 2 reasons. One, I ran out of ideas for my books. I've been doing the books for like 4 years, and I think I finally I'm done with ideas. So I couldn't think of any more ideas for my books. Plus, I have over 100 at this point, which is more than enough for the book that I was shooting for making, a book of books. So I was like, you know what? I've got too much to worry about right now. This is the first Inktober I think I'm just gonna call quits. And I feel pretty shitty about that, but at the same time, I mean, it is really hard when you have to think of a new book for 4 years straight, for 30 days straight, every year. So I want to try to be a little bit easy on myself because I don't usually fail things, and I failed this on purpose. So I'm trying to swallow that pill. But I think, like I said, it's kind of necessary this year. Gabe even kind of talked me into it too. So, you know, some years is just gotta, you know. Besides, we just do have too much going on, and I usually do pull too much off my plate, onto my plate, whatever. My eyes are bigger than my stomach sort of situation. Heather, what are your thoughts on stippling? Does stippling drive you nuts?
The noise?
Yeah. Thank you, Heather. Yeah, and I figure, you know what? Inktober really is for people who are beginning to do art or who need to create a routine or a habit of drawing every day. And since we draw multiple times every day, I think we're okay. You know?
You know what I feel like October is like? It's like National Get Out and Do Something Month, right? It's like,
yeah, and if you exercise every day, it's like...
I work at the gym, you know, like, yeah. I'm there all freaking day. I don't need to get out and do
There's
something.
Gabe with the analogies again. Right on, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Right on. Right on. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and clicking pens. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I imagine me and Heather going into a meeting just flipping tables. You're going to need to stop that clicking, bro. No? Okay. This is going out the window.
The girl's going to wreck you.
Oh, and he brought oranges. Okay. Okay. Pens and oranges. It's done. This meeting's over.
You're fired!
You can't fire me. Oh, you want to try me? I'll fire you real good.
You either lose your job or you lose your life. Which one do you want? Huh?
Oh no, that's a terrible mix, Heather. Your brother has ADD, and you have the misophonia problem. That's a terrible mix. Terrible. Ugh. It's true, Buggles. It's true. But I think for the people that need it, it's absolutely a must, you know. Oh no, Tad. Oh no. Yeah, we'll flip all the tables. I'm so excited. Let's do it. F everybody. I'm there. Burn bridges, flip tables. Let's end it.
That was like the best thing in that movie. You're like, oh god. Oh god. And he just keeps clicking and you're like, oh no. It's gonna blow. It's gonna explode. Do you remember that one?
Was it Boris?
I think so.
Hawaiian shirt, glasses.
Yeah, and he
Boris?
kept clicking the damn pen. You're like, oh no. Oh no.
God damn it, Boris. Oh. Proclaimed love in the chat. Love on the battlefield. Oh god, okay. I'm tired as shit, man. Heather, how often do you stream a week? I forget. Thank you, Chalknator. So, just to show everybody that I'm not lying about the 4 pieces at once thing. So this is a 9x12. And then, so this is Maya and Cassie. This is Ralph and Frank. Frank is a mystic / gypsy, but I don't want to say gypsy exactly. And Ralph is a pompous prince. And these are maybe a quarter of the way done to a third of the way. They just have marker flats, and that's it so far. They still need rendering and shadows and highlights and all that stuff. But I usually do flats with marker. And then this is... testing myself. Keely and Samus? Seamus. Not Samus. Damn it. Nintendo. Keely's got a baby duck here. She's a healer, and he is another prince, but he's more of an adventuring prince. And then this one's a king. I get a lot of royal cats and stuff. However, I try to make each one different. They're always wearing different garb. And depending on their personality and what they're into, this boy is a pretty boy. He's an ex-stray cat, so they wanted me to allude to that, and I'm more than happy to. So the trash can means he's been through some times, but he's overcome it because he's standing on it. He also doesn't give a fuck about squirrels, apparently, so I've put in some squirrels as not to give a fuck about. She thought that was funny. And then he also has multiple hairbrushes. So I made a point to have that, because he's so royal. So I have to finish all these by Saturday and then get ready for FairyCon. But I'm rendering in this phase now. Slow and steady, y'all. Slow and steady. Maybe win the race. I don't know. Twitch is my side hustle. I'm hoping to make it more of a side hustle because honestly, have you noticed that it's kind of died down? Like, people don't seem to be as excited to be here or give bits or donations as much as like a year ago. Like, Gabe and I have noticed a pretty steady decline, and it's kind of a bummer. Because I really like Twitch, but I can't really spend a ton of time here because it takes away a lot. Like, I end up teaching a lot about art during the stream and not doing as much art. So unless I'm getting like donations and bits to kind of even out the time spent, it's like I can't actually literally afford to be wasting that much time, sadly. I don't want to even say Romani though, Buggles, because it's still pinpointing a race, and I don't want to say he's an actual Romani. He could just be a traveler. They also prefer being called travelers. So, but they wanted me to put some emphasis on him being a mystic, so I've got him some crystal balls. No, Chalknator, these are people's pets. So I translate people's pets' personalities into D&D and RPG classes that suit them. Based upon a couple questions that I ask the owner, they feed me back some information that I have. I call it a paw reading. So basically, I'm interpreting their personality into a class that would fit them. I'll show you my thing here for it. So I've got an Etsy listing here that kind of explains it better. Also, if you want to see a bunch more, I've done over 200 at this point. On my Instagram, there's a whole bunch. But yeah, and I've got a book here. You can find this on my Instagram too. It's full of people's pets. This is Louis. That's Louis's portrait. Louis ended up being a bard. So, like I said, I've got kind of a mind matrix now that I fill out when people answer my questions. And then I can usually, and then I'll get the D&D nerds who are like, I know what my cat is. And then I'll be like, do you? And then I'll give them a reading. And they'll be like, oh yeah, you're actually right. I'm like, yeah. Because the problem with the pet owners who are D&D centric, usually they're like, I know exactly what my pet is. And then I'm like, but are they different day to day? Like, one day they're a barbarian, the next day they're a bard, the next day they're a mystic or a mage. And they're like, oh, yeah, I guess that's kind of true. Then, so I offer an outsider perspective where I've done this a bunch. And I can kind of feed it back to them, and then they're like, oh, yeah, because of that, and that reason. I'm like, yeah. They're like, oh, okay. So, yeah. Oh, you're already following? Well, thanks, Chuck. I appreciate it. Weird. Yeah, Heather, it's strange. I don't know. Like, we haven't had anything consistent for a long time now. Like, I don't even think we've gotten a donation for months. And it used to be, like, weekly to almost every stream. So it's really, I don't know. We don't seem to get too many new people either. I don't know. So we're wondering if we should actually cut down to 1 day a week each instead of 2 days. Because we used to be both 3 days a week, which ended up being 6 days straight of streaming. Which was kind of rough, man. I'll be honest, it was kind of rough. Like, I really don't get as much done, like I said, because I'll get someone being like, oh, what are you using? What do you do if you don't have any art motivation? The usual questions, which I love to answer. Honestly, I really do. It's just, if I have time to, and I want to address them, like, full-heartedly, give them my 2 cents, all that junk. But I can't exactly if I'm, trying to split it with work, so it's tough. I don't know. Can you do that for people, though? Ebony, I have in the past. I usually charge a bit more because I just don't care to draw humans. I find humans very boring to draw. I can do them, and I've had to show to people in the past that I can, because they're like, oh, I bet you can't even draw a human. I'm like, okay, because it's weird. When people see you draw animals a lot, they just assume you can't draw humans. It's like, no, dude, I prefer to draw animals, because honestly, humans are easier to draw than animals, because if you think about it, you draw either a man or a woman, it's the exact same, I'm going to say, architecture. I mean, it's anatomy, but it's like the same makeup. They're the same exact parts, just altered differently, like in a proportion way, right? Same thing. Animals, from a dog to different breeds of dog to a bird to different breeds of bird, cat, go down the line. Each one's completely a different bone set, structure, everything. They're so interesting, right? There's so many parts, so many bits, so many just differentials that are in there and variants, and it feels cooler to have more of a grasp on all those things than just humans. So I get bored with humans. I don't know. How do you draw? How do you draw? Yeah, Twitch does seem to be leaning towards gamers more and more, which is beyond me. Like, sometimes though, Gabe streams Dark Souls and it's hilarious, but I don't know. It is Chalk, but at the same time, we've been doing this over 1.5 years, and it went through a really nice golden phase. I'll say, like a little golden era, which was, I think, last Christmas. It was really nice. Like, we had a lot of traffic. People seemed to be engaging a lot. There's a lot of just, I don't know, people here having fun. And then I think when we moved in January,
That feels like when it died down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, Heather, totally. Yeah, your friend that's big time that kind of she's not making as much, and we totally feel it. You know, it's really weird. Yeah, and we're totally distracted while working, which is really weird because I started Twitch because we said we're working anyway. Why not just talk to people and show them while we're working? We didn't know it would be like this, which is good and bad. We've created a community off of it, like in our Discord and stuff, and helped a lot of people. And I started giving mentorships because of it. And I didn't think I'd ever give mentorships. But that was a good side effect. But it's just weird because, you know, that's not what we expected. Honestly, I didn't even think that I was going to add a camera or audio. I was just like, I'm just going to draw and whatever. Nope, I ended up doing the thing, dressing up like I do at conventions, all the stuff. So, it's been a whole thing. It's just weird because it does feel like it's totally died. And our more Twitch lucrative friends, I guess, the ones that are partnered and stuff, they kind of feel like it's just dying too. It's really weird. The shiny parts on the bird, there is shiny parts everywhere. So, on all of these, I take a gold. And oh, Keck! Thank you. You didn't have to do that. I was not guilting any of you. It's not about that. But I just want to know from people if you guys feel it too. If Twitch kind of isn't what it used to be even a year ago. I don't know. But Keck! You didn't have to do that. Damn it. Thank you. Thank you. It's to see Gabe as Elsa, isn't it? I mean, that's fair. I didn't want to be Elsa because it seems too obvious of a thing. I'm going to be an ugly character, which I know nothing about any of the characters. So I figured I'll be an ugly one and Gabe can dress up like Elsa. Anyway, for all these shiny bits on... Oh, I haven't even done them on this one yet. Well, shit. Hold on. On all these. It's actually a 99-cent jelly roll. Simple tools, man. Just used in the right way and they can look pretty baller. So the reason I like the gold jelly roll over any paint is, one, this paper doesn't handle paint well. Two, any of the paint I use, like I've tried acrylic in the past, acrylic gold. No, I can't even shade on that. The nice thing about the jelly roll ink is if I want to outline more on the actual gold, I can outline on it. And I can actually shade on top of it, whether it's a darker color or a white. It allows me to actually do that. And every other gold I've tried, I can't. And if I used a watercolor gold, I'm sure I'd have a problem too, because this isn't for like super wet, porous stuff, so. Was asking about what class of D&D for humans, but the variations of animals thing seems really interesting. Yeah, I can do and I had said that in the beginning, that I can do it for humans too, and I have, where people have been like, okay, I want you to do a portrait of my daughter and interpret her personality and blah blah blah, and I can, but like I said, I charge more for it because I don't enjoy doing it as much. The pet seems to be more fun. Tad says, serious question, how do you two utilize Discord for what you do? So our Discord is revolving around a more educational aspect. So we have people join, we have like a resources section that's got tutorials, videos, articles, all about learning art stuff. We have an area where people can ask us questions on materials and things. What do you use for... Luckily, Gabe and I both have a really broad skill set where he uses a lot of wet mediums, traditional paints, things like that, old school stuff. I have more of a dry medium centric thing where I use pastels and markers sometimes, most of the time. I also do gouache and stuff, but not nearly as much as Gabe. And I use colored pencils and things. So between the both of us, especially my gaming background and his comic background, we can offer a lot of things with that. So our Discord ends up being a lot of sharing of information, which is nice. And then we have a section that's just like sharing entertainment, pop culture stuff, fun things. So it's, It's the sort of thing there you want some generic stuff in there too that people can kind of have a level ground on. Then we have a critique area where people can like share their art. We have a couple different things that I'm kind of proud of. 10K Drawings is a channel that out of the entire Discord, I think it's the most useful and the best concept. It's called 10K Drawings because it's rooted in the 10,000 hours concept, where if you've ever heard of that, they say 10,000 hours until you're like a master of something, right? Well, we say 10,000 drawings, where we don't care how bad a drawing is. We want you to be proud that you did it. So we call that the shit show channel because it's meant for you to put all your drawings to say, you know, to be proud of them regardless of how bad they are, and post them, and to show that other people do bad art too. And all art is subjective. Someone might think the art you put up you're like, oh, it's awful. They'll love it, you know? So it's kind of to put things into perspective for people, as well as to have them brag that they've done art regardless of what it is. It's still XP, right? So that's that channel. Then there's a 20-minute challenge channel, which I think you should go back to running, by the way.
Yeah.
Gabe kind of ran that one. He would give a challenge like every week where people do 20 minutes and then try and do it. And then we have a work in progress one that's meant for like longer projects, bigger pieces, stuff like that you can share. And then a finished pieces area. And then another channel for critique. So that I feel like is the most valuable section. And then other than that, suggestion box, general, stuff like that. So it can be pretty cool. Oh, Raven. I love that. That's great. A lot of Twitch creative people trying to promote their own selfish interests and get advice for free. Oh, Progdor, really? The streamers, you mean? Butchered pieces because I was distracted. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it, Heather, that as artists we need to kind of recoil to make good things, but we're also trying to entertain now as well.
Excuse me.
Say stopped offering critiques every stream. Hundreds of people unfollowed and subbed and wow, really,
No.
Progdor? Damn.
That's crazy.
Hi, Katsu. Welcome. Nice to meet you as well. What mediums I'm taking a bold step towards watercolor and ink? I'm terrified. Progdor, as long as you keep it small, you know the drill.
Mm-hmm.
Starting with another medium, just keep it, maybe 4 by 6 to start.
Also, homie.
Fail faster,
Yeah, no. If you're scared, just print out whatever you just drew. Like scan it and print it out. And if you don't have the ability to scan and print, then at the very least just print. Try to find somewhere to print on watercolor paper. And I mean, like a really crappy printer that works perfectly. You can find one for less than $50 at like Best Buy or even Amazon.
Yeah.
And that's what I do. Whenever I do, I'll ink a commission, and if I'm scared of ruining it, or even sometimes I just keep the ink so that I can sell both the inks and the watercolor.
If it's not a commission.
Yeah, if it's not a commission, I can sell them either both separately or together. But yeah, I usually print out the inks, so just in case I mess up the inks.
Yeah, and Heather, not only that, but like on my digital streams, I'll do animation. I'll show how I did that. I'll share like my background and how I do like gaming art as well as the animation stuff and how to do a Twitch overlay. Like I've done a lot for Twitch, but I feel like I haven't gotten anything from it. I don't know. At least I guess subs are still nice, but yeah, that's true, Progdor. That's a good point. Tracing table, he's saying.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, those can be good. We have a Huon trace table. It's great. It's thin. It's got varying degrees of brightness, which I found a lot of tracing tables don't have.
Oh yeah, actually you should let us know what kind of tracing table you're getting, because we might be able to tell you.
Why don't you just go find the one we've got and give him that and see if he wants it.
Or even like what size you're looking for, because
well, I think it comes in different sizes
it
on the
does.
listing. I'm pretty sure on the listing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But dude, like, what kind of printer you got? Because honestly, like, I mean, it might
As
to
long
you.
as it's not a laser printer.
Yeah, to you it might be garbage, but it might be actually good enough to just print out black and white pictures.
You know who we should ask about Twitch?
Hmm.
Nen. See if she's seen anything.
All right.
Are you close to her?
No,
I thought you'd talked to her a few times.
not really.
Oh, you should ask Dan to ask her.
Oh yeah.
That'd be good. Dan would know. Low quality inkjet printer. I mean, that should be good enough. As long as it's not a laser,
Yeah, no.
that should be fine.
I mean, I used to do it off of a cheap. I think I actually had a Canon. If it wasn't a Canon, it was an Epson, and it was a smaller one. But really, like again, this is so that you can learn how to do it, and even like do like a study of like how you're actually going to color the original, and then that way you can at least get some.
It's to alleviate the scariness too
Yeah.
of ruining your original. So sometimes I'll do that too, the same reason Gabe does, where you've got multiple things to sell. Because some people don't like watercolor. They just like straight up ink. So this way you have the option to give them that, It's kind of similar to if you drew something and then you scanned it in and you did digital stuff to it. So then you've got digital prints and you've got an original. It's kind of similar to that. So it's not like you're faking people out of an original. You just have many phases that not everybody would want. Oh no, Heather, I don't know if I'd do that. Like you're redrawing the same thing? See, I don't know how I feel about that. I'll be honest, because like David Peterson basically redraws the same mouse commission over and over and over for Mouse Guard, and I think that's kind of cheap. Because it's like mass producing originals.
Well, not to mention that like the next person who gets it, they think that they have the original. And then,
Yeah.
like I'm
That kind of defeats the purpose, though.
of an original, right?
Yeah, but if
Yeah.
you have multiple phases, I feel like it's different.
Yeah.
Unless I'm misunderstanding. I could be misunderstanding. So wait, so like the original here that I'm drawing, like if I redid that again, same thing you're doing. Wait, what do you mean?
I think she means like she's watercoloring something she already did, like how I do it.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're saying you inked it, scanned it, printed it out, and are now painting it? That's different. Yeah, that's totally different. Sorry.
Progdor, I just linked it to that. It's a light box. We have the really really big one, but this one is like I don't remember what size A4 is, but I mean it's big enough for like at least a sheet of paper. They have two different versions, and one of them actually has it's like rechargeable, which is probably actually nicer.
Probably
Actually nicer.
Oh, gotcha, Heather. Okay, I misunderstood. My apologies. I thought you meant like what I thought you meant. So like how I'm doing this now, doing this exact same thing again and having an original of it, but it's the exact same. So like I said, David Peterson does like if I did this exact same thing a second time, the exact same thing, and then had it like I just painted it, drew it, whatever, and then maybe like traced it again and then did it as an original again. So what you're doing is totally different than what I was thinking you had meant you're doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Am I saying that right?
I think so.
Okay. 8x11 Proctor said.
Right.
Yes, Heather. Exact same. So he would do like, So let's say I sold this as a pencil drawing, right? And then I pulled out another sheet of paper and I traced it in pencil. again, and it looked the exact same, and I sold it as an original again. It's like mass producing originals of the exact same thing. It's not even like printed out again, but it's just like traced again, basically. Exactly. Yeah. No, and that's what he did. I mean, I respect the guy a lot, but I've seen him on his Twitch do the same mouse a bunch.
And you know, it sucks because it's almost like you get like Jim Lee and it's like, Jim Lee, can you draw me a Batman? He'll just draw you the same Batman that he always draws.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about.
And I think they do that because they're like, they don't know if it's for a fan or for a reseller. And I think
that's fair.
Yeah.
It is shady, totally. It's dishonest, in my opinion, because that defeats the idea of an original. Because if you have a copy, or like the exact same composition, medium, everything, if you held them next to each other and they look the exact same, for the most part, that defeats the purpose. I mean, yeah, it took you a long time to do it still. It's still an original. You can still sell it at the same price, but that person would ultimately feel cheated if they knew they had the same as someone else. You know? I don't know. Shady.
I agree.
Yeah, Tad, right? That's where it's like, I'm not okay with that. Yeah, and Heather bookplates are, yeah, that makes sense. But like, with commissions and stuff for superheroes and people, that would suck. Because, I mean, otherwise, I guess for them, if they've drawn Spider-Man 1 million times, one way, you know, they're going to keep doing it that way, because otherwise it would take a lot of time to do them another way. And if it's just for a fan and not for a paying, like, company, it's not worth their time.
Yeah, and that's why they do it.
Exactly. Which makes sense at that level, but I don't know, it seems shady at our level. Yeah, no. Well, I mean, technically Gabe does a different drawing in every single book he does. Like, you want to hand it to me?
I could probably hand you several, actually. Maybe.
So, what Gabe does, and this is only because he's used to this. He's been doing this the entire time I've known him, where he can just pump out a new image all the time. But, you know, this isn't the norm, per se. So, in every book, and he did this for his other book too, he does just a little doodle that's different in every single book. So if you pre-ordered this book, his new book, Meat Legends here, in every single one there's a different drawing. And he doesn't double up on these because that'd be, you know, to defeat the purpose, because it's a pre-order bonus to get these, right? And these are hand-drawn and whatever in there. So, you know, it's totally different. But I don't know. It makes sense to me to do that, but not everybody can do that. You so special.
Which is like one of those things. It's like, you know, if you can do it, then do it. If you can't, obviously, then you can't.
He does more usually in his Jupiter book, but yeah, those are the tinier ones he's done.
Actually, those I didn't do sketches in New York for those books because I couldn't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so basically it's like anybody who buys them from me online gets one.
Yeah.
But
so it's almost super exclusive or something.
Yeah.
That's good.
Because I mean, you know, you got to pay an extra $5 for shipping. Why not? Why not?
Exactly, Tad. You know, you never want to draw the same thing again and again, because
yeah.
I mean, that's where I don't understand a lot of the artists that get to a certain point where they're a big deal. They get almost petrified or paralyzed to change what they're doing for fear of losing people, so they never actually grow. So they end up doing the same thing for years. And I'm sure you guys know a couple artists off the top of your head that you might even be thinking of right now, because I am. And I've unfollowed them because it's the same crap. I wanted to see them grow more, and they're doing the same thing they were doing 10 years ago. It's like, dude, switch it up. Oh, definitely, Heather, yeah. When they do sketches in the books. However, Corey did mine at Heroes, and he did it pretty quick, but it was still nice. I mean, that he'd even do it, Like, the fact some do it is really cool. Hey, Bodhi!
Bodhi!
What time is it for you? Wow, Progdor, really? Same character? 5 months? Oh.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, Heather, absolutely, right? And you're like, man, that sucks. Because you almost wanted to keep up with them, keep running with them, or to catch up with them, and when you surpass them, I feel like that's when they've stopped, And I feel like that's when they become more of a business person than an artist, is they focus on that one thing then that they know hit, instead of continuing to grow. I think the right way to go about it, from my little art career that I've made so far, is to send it off to college once it gets to the point of being old enough to take care of itself, aka become a product or an IP, and then just kind of let it do its own thing on the side. It's like, finalizing a sculpture, making a mold of it, and then producing it. And then on the side, continuing to make a new sculpture, a new IP, experiment with new things, and work on that to send over and, off to college. So, how do I feel I've grown in the last 2 years? Like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I feel like I've made marker a more professional looking medium. Because I think when I started, people kind of scoffed at me a lot. They're like, you use marker? And they looked at me like, okay. Because a lot of people, when they see these, they're like, oh, what kind of paint did you use? I'm like, no, I used marker. That's why I can make these pretty cheap, And people understand that once they've actually seen like oil paintings of pet portraits and things. And it's like, okay, I get it now. But, grown in the last 2 years, like story-wise, I feel like my storytelling has improved a ton, especially when I was making daily stories, which was a while ago, but it really did help me to every day not exactly know where I was going, but to organically learn how a story just develops. And because of that, and obviously having that kind of love for storytelling with Gabe, in developing Journey June, that was huge. Like, Journey June is huge for me. I think our first year was super successful. I didn't even imagine it would have been that good. So I'm really happy with that, and I'm excited for next year. I've done more, though, in the past 2 or 3 years than I have probably before that in the past 10. I mean, I made 5 books, which I hadn't done before. Like, I made a business where I had done over 200 commissions based upon an idea I could verbally sell without even showing people a lot of the time. That felt really cool. I learned I was a very good salesman at times, depending on the day. But for the most part, I knew my product well enough to be able to pitch it to people. And I learned a lot about salesmanship and being genuine but still being true to the product, but being honest and relatable to the customer, stuff like that. I feel like the fact all my friends are commenting how much I've improved. Yeah, Progdor, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to next June. You better be on it. You can even start planning for it now. Never too early to plan. So the daily stories, Ebony, if you go on Instagram and look up my tag for daily story bits, first of all, you're going to see a couple people that are using my tag that I'm not happy about. But every day, I think I made 4 or 5 stories. It didn't last too long, but it was a pretty valuable experiment. And I would say don't even expect to do it for very long. Maybe take a week. And so like 5 days, try to just start off. I don't know if you were here the other day, but I gave a tip on storytelling, and I think it's one of the best tips you can tell someone that's starting off. So develop your character. Just focus on one character. Don't even think about the world yet. Not even think about the world. Just the character. What are they wearing? What's their occupation? Who are they? Just develop that character and focus on them. Because if you develop a character that's really rich, they'll tell you about the world themselves. Okay? So just develop that character. Then, as a storytelling starting point, literally, start closing your eyes. And this is a way to start learning how to visualize things, because when Gabe and I do storytelling, we usually picture the whole thing playing out in our heads like it's a movie, and I think we can do that because we've done it so many times. So what I would say to start getting good at that is to picture the character as clearly as you can in your head. Like, close your eyes, picture them as clearly as you can, just standing there. And I almost picture it like a side scroller, and my sandbox background is usually a forest, because that's typically whatever. Because it doesn't really matter yet. Doesn't really matter right now. So picture them. They're in kind of side-scroller view in front of the forest. And then start them walking. Okay? Now, depending on how long you spend on this character and how much you flesh them out, after they've started walking, start literally throwing things in their way. So put a rock in front of them, right? That's maybe a third of their size. Picture how they would avoid that rock. Would they jump over it completely? Would they skip on top of it and jump off? Would they go around it? Would they burrow under it? How would they do that? Because that's going to say something about their personality. Once you figure out like the way they would go around that rock, that feels very them and very true to them, be like, okay, that's the way. Then keep them walking, throw something else in their way. And this eventually gets you used to the idea of putting them in different situations. And eventually it can lead to bigger situations, fights, and all these other sort of things that can happen in a story. So this is a very small step, literally, to learning how to do this. So picture them walking and start throwing things in their way. Maybe then eventually you get a character coming in. And, what does this character look like? So with my Journey June story I did, I had Hazel the bear, right? She's a witch bear. Her name's Hazel. Witch Hazel, haha. Her familiar is a bee, right? And it made sense because she's a bear. Her main thing is she's basically an herbalist / mage / cleric. Like, I merged all these things together. So she infuses honey with different imbuements. So different ailments you'd get and things like that, she puts it into honey, right? So she has different honey pots for different things. So it made sense that her familiar would be a bee. However, I made this bee huge compared to her, right? Like, if I'm her, the bee's like this big. So I had to make that make sense. So because of that, her bee defined how big she was. She wasn't a normal bear size, so I started calling her a fae bear. And then all the other woodland creatures that she runs into are all about her height. Even though in real life, a bunny wouldn't be the size of a bear, a mouse wouldn't be the size of a bear. I've got a porcupine in there and a skunk. They're all the same height for the most part, right? There's a little bit of variation just for more personality's sake than anything, but for the most part, I have these woodland fae animals, right? And that all basically developed from the fact I wanted this huge-ass bee. Okay, so that helped develop the world, and this is why I'm saying where if you develop a good enough character, they'll develop the world for you, right? So then, figuring that out, I really like kind of cartoon / really big, kind of exaggerated, chunky things. So her town is made out of very simple stuff, like clay and hay, and all the buildings are molded like that with hay tops. But I wanted each building to say what it was. So all the buildings have the hay molded technically into the shape of what they're selling, which felt very Zelda to me once I eventually thought about it. But Zelda never directly did that. It just felt that way, which was good because it, I don't know, nostalgia. But so that developed her town. And then once I got to the Rabbit Town, that was more of it still needs a little bit more developing because the rabbits were kind of last minute at Journey June, but each town should kind of reflect its people, right? So a lot of the time rabbits live in warrens, which are like underground burrows kind of. So they're more like, not wigwams, but they're like just clay houses really, but they are in kind of a divot in the ground with this overgrowth on them. So anyway, sorry, I totally went left field from your daily stories question, Ebony. But is that helpful? I would think I at least answered one and then kind of went with the other. But the daily stories is basically every day. I didn't plan a plot. I didn't do an outline. I didn't do any planning, just to kind of test myself. And I did it publicly, so I'd at least make it look good. And the cool thing was, and I didn't expect this, by like my third story, people got super invested in it. And with the ending I did on that one, people were pissed. And it felt cool that I actually had made these characters people, you know, held on to, and then I destroyed one, and they just lost their shit. Like, they were mad at me, and that was one of the coolest feelings, and what I feel like is one of the reasons storytelling can be so addicting and so rewarding, as opposed to just doing illustration. So I feel like it's not for everyone, because doing that sort of work is very, very intensive. Like, you need to think about a lot of different things, and even after you've gone down different paths of what could happen with the story or a character, you have to go back after you've made the story and retrace all the steps to make sure that answer for that moment made sense, or else you get plot holes. And I feel like that's why you have to do draft after draft after draft and make sure it's solid. And that's the problem, I think, with a lot of Hollywood movies, is it passes through so many fingers and not the same ones many times, and you get plot holes. So Ebony, I would start now. There's no reason to start like a year from now. Just do it now. Why not? Make a character tomorrow, then the next day put them in a situation, then the next day build on that situation, what happened after that thing happened. And the age-old come in late, leave early with screenplays and stuff and actual scripts, that's still a great rule. So if you come into them running from something and they've got a bag full of stuff they're protecting, obviously that's already intriguing, right? You're like, oh my god, what do they got? What are they running from? Like, questions. It already makes a bunch of questions. Stories are just posing questions and answering questions over and over and over again. That's basically it. And as long as you answer most of the questions, you'll be good. The problem with like trilogies and stuff is every movie in a trilogy has to have its own set of questions it asks and answers, and questions it asks for the overarching trilogy and things like that. So you need small questions and you need big questions. And some are even in between those. So like maybe a question in movie 1 you answer in movie 2, but there's another one that is asked in movie 1 that you answer in movie 3, and some that are asked in movie 1 answered in movie 1, that sort of stuff. Because that's how you get people hanging on to the other ones. But, you know, so that's where planning gets hard, but that's like next level. That's way later. For right now, just worry about right now, worry about tomorrow. That's it. When you're starting, what have I said? Start small, start cheap. Totally do that.
I think also you can take your time.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it every single day. It can
Nope.
day one on the Journey June can be like a week, so you have time to think about what it is that you're actually going to do. Because sometimes it's a lot harder if you haven't done stories already.
Good, Progdor. NaNoWriMo is quite a big one. I've had a lot of friends that have attempted it, a couple that have actually gone through with it, but 50,000 words, dude. Whew. If you're doing the novel side, anyway. How would Gabbo get past the rock? I think we should answer this for each other. I think that'd be good. If I had to picture Gabe in my head, and he comes up to a rock, I think you'd try to psych it out and walk around it and still taunt it, and then start walking away from it and glare back at it, and kind of, test it, and then kind of walk off.
I feel like you would destroy it?
I knew you were gonna say that, damn it! Like, punch the rock, and be like, yeah, what's up? No, what do you, really destroy it?
Well, you would have that power.
What do you mean that power? What does that mean?
For whatever this is, I think you would have the power to just with your hands.
The key here is anger. Gabe sees me as
No,
angry.
it's not anger. It's you would get rid of it.
Oh, that way instead of actually... Really? You wouldn't see me hopping over it happily or something? You see me destroying
No, you just like, this rock is in my way. I need it to be gone. Like, I'm not gonna waste my energy jumping over it or pushing it or walking around it.
That tells me he thinks I'm pretentious.
No, that tells me
I'm
that
above this rock. It's in my way.
No, that you need to get to what you need to do immediately.
Okay.
Like you don't put up with bullshit. You just get to it.
Interesting. That's a good question, Bodhi. I like that. Posing my own, story on me. Hey, Alex girl, what's up? Sniggle! Are you off today? Also, happy Halloween to some of you. It's already 12:30 here, so it's Halloween. Pulled a George R. Martin, yeah, huh? Basically, yeah. Oh, Heather, no. But that's why you have the happy moments. You have to have the happy moments to be able to have the sad, sad moments. It's creating life and destroying it, and it's fun. Things cut away when something precarious is happening. Yeah, Progdor, too. True. Angry anime girl power. Yeah, damn it. My wife has finished Nano, I think, twice. Good job. So proud of her. That's fantastic, Progdor. Have her do a few more drafts of it and then fucking send it out. That's great. I wish, Ebony. That'd be awesome. I ain't got time for that. I think that's more what Gabe was trying to say. I think you're right, Sniggle.
Mm-hmm.
Ashley ain't got time for that. I saw that as him saying, I'm always angry, everything gets destroyed. But...
Negative.
Oh, Heather, that's cute. I love that, though. See, you guys? See how this works? I was so happy to think of this exercise because I feel it's on a simple enough level. Anybody can really tackle it. It's a simple problem. It's a simple, stupid problem, but it says so much about someone. It really does. It's crazy. And that's what you want to do. All these little choices in their life will tell you who they are, right? What did freaking Alfred say? Like, it's your actions that define you?
Mm-hmm.
I am sorry, but that is true.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what you say, it's what you do. So, yay, Progdor, that's great! I'm so happy we have so many, supportive spouses in here. That's so cool. Yeah, Tad, I want to hear what you'd have Heather do. This is great. See, I've gotten nothing done on my fucking commissions. You guys, I have too much fun with streams. It's just, it sucks because I wish I got paid more for them so I could actually be here more. Totally blows. And I don't like the fact that we might have to cut down. That sucks. Because honestly, I even think our teaching aspects are some of the best parts. Like when Gabe's teaching gouache stuff, I feel like that's stuff people don't really get to see very often. You know?
Exactly.
And it's you could do videos, but you don't want to be a video star or anything, so it's not worth your time. So it really kind of sucks, that in-between of that. Yeah, sorry we're too entertaining. Shut up, Heather. I love it. You know I love it. That's good, Progdor. That is a good critic is hard to find, especially one close to you. But when you do have them, they're the best resource. Like, I'll be honest, if Gabe does something dumb, I'll say, that's fucking stupid, redo it. Don't I?
Yep.
It borders on a little bit of disrespect, but I think for Gabe it gets him, like, jolted into actually doing it. Do you think that's right? Or would you rather have me be sweet about it?
No, I mean, you know, you're like a boss, you know?
Cool. True, Heather, but I'm more frustrated with artists that are giving bad information. And I have been for a while, and I lived with some, and it bothered me. They either didn't answer the questions appropriately that were asked, or the answers they gave were just bad. And I mean, it's me and my personal opinion on their answers, but I feel like Gabe and my honesty with a lot of stuff is actually hard to come by. So when we actually teach art, I feel you don't really hear it very often, the way we say it. I don't know. That's just me reflecting on it, but I get really mad. Like, there was a video of a guy, and I've talked about this before, of a guy that had answered a question on, if someone was really asking, like, how do you use reference? And he just answered with, you just use it. Are you kidding me? That's not an answer. I got enraged about that. I think my next stream I actually just ranted. You know me. You know me. So I totally just... I was so mad at that answer. It's not helpful. And he had like 1 million views on this video because he was kind of famous. And I was like, oh my god. The thing that keeps me doing this is usually anger. I guess that's why I blew up the rock? I don't know. Oh yeah, Progdor. Expression and reason all the time. Like, when you're doing characters, they're not you, and you have to think about what they're doing. You know, what's their reason for whatever they're doing. Always have a purpose in the illustration for what they're doing. Unless it's a portrait, that can be different. But if it's actually a character piece and you're trying to say something about them and tell who they are, you have to build that in, you know. Why the rockets are away first place, wondering who dropped it. Does that mean Heather overanalyzes things, Tad? Is that what you're getting at? Thank you, Kratos. Thanks for the follow, too. Also, thank you, Bamf Art. I'm hoping it's Bamf Art and not Bamfart. Though I do appreciate Bamfart too. And Alex Girl. And This Is My Duty. Thank you guys for the follows. Oh, Progdor. I like that. That's usually how I hit people, I think. Usually they don't like me at first, and then if they get exposed to me enough, they get me. But I feel like if they just had a couple chance encounters, I'm an asshole. I'm that guy. And I think a lot of my past has actually told me that unless someone gets to know me, they don't understand me exactly, and I'm super abrasive, super aggressive, super just a jerk. But, You were, Tad? Oh, good. You know, Sniggle, if I hadn't done the emojis already, maybe I should have just a little rock exploding. Once I get more emojis unlocked, because that's what you get with more subs or partner or something. They need to make partner more alluring, too. It's really not. Really, Heather? Yes. Good. I mean, I do. I'm honest to a fault, you know, I really am. And some people like that, some people hate that. But honestly, I don't think I want to be friends with the people that aren't the same way, you know. And honestly, Gabe made me realize that after a while. Because when I started streaming, I actually learned a lot about myself, the good and the bad. And learned a lot more about how to be unapologetic. But at the same time, I'd have those days where I'm like, should I be more shy you know, or just sweet and hi, oh, how are you doing? And never talk about anything important. And Gabe's like, you know, you wouldn't last a day like that, basically. And I was
It's
like,
not you.
it's not you. And, you know, it would take so much more energy. And I knew all this. You know, it's one of those things like, you know it when you say it and you're like, yeah, I couldn't do that. But you sometimes just need to hear it from someone else. And it was totally that situation. Oh, what did I tell you, Progdor? Do you remember what I told you? You got it, Morty. What Gabe says is you can't edit a draft that doesn't exist. So the fact you say easier to edit later, it's a must to have to edit later. So you gotta have something. And something's better than nothing, and that's what I say. And I apply that to everything. I lost a lot of weight even applying that to exercise. Something's better than nothing. Better exercise for 5-10 minutes than not at all, right? Oh. Yeah, Tad, you get me. You get it. You and Heather are my people. You understand. Yeah, and Morty, if you have any questions about comics, Gabe's actually even... I don't know if you're, like, Rick and Morty, like, why you named yourself that, but he's done a cover for Rick and Morty. He works in comics, all that sort of shit. He can tell you. I say it all the time. I feel like a douche.
I've done it all.
He told me that I'll never be successful doing digital art without doing anything traditional. I'm in love with my discussion. I said that? Oh, that is harsh. I mean, you could be, but I think internally you wouldn't be. You know, digital will only get you so far on its own. You need the background of traditional to make your digital extra good. So, I guess I agree with me. I guess, yeah. People paraphrase me sometimes, and I'm like, what? Really? I guess. Luckily, these are recorded, so at least I've got that, but I believe you. I probably said it in so many words, but I believe I said something definitely to that effect. Because you do. You need both. You know, I'll definitely ride that to the grave. You need both. I mean, especially in this day and age, you need the digital side to be able to make prints and books and all that stuff for your traditional work, but you also, you know, can't just do traditional, you know. Can you guys tell when I'm in a mood? Is that what you mean? Like, uh-oh. Or maybe I say I was in a mood, too. I'll usually be pretty transparent. Like, I think yesterday I said I was in a mood on Gabe's stream, because I was. So. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense, Morty. Well, you might have to rename him now. Hate to tell you, but if you do ever plan on releasing it anytime soon, having that kind of competition could be rough. It's hard to do that kind of stuff.
I guess as long as the book isn't called Morty, then you're probably fine.
Oh no, I was ranting the whole stream and then asked her for some advice and tore you apart. I think I remember that. Well, I'm glad it ended up being positive, damn it. And I'm glad you were adult enough to understand where I was coming from. Like I said, sometimes I just kind of go off and I don't know. At least you understood. I appreciate that. Or at least took the time to understand what I was trying to say. I think I might not have been as articulate or eloquent as I am now. Which isn't saying too much more, but still. I called Gabe an idiot on his stream yesterday, and I meant it, and I bet the people could tell because no one talked for a while, and I was like, oh shit, okay. I mean, if you stream enough, crap like that's gonna happen, you know? If your life is on record like that, it's just gonna happen. You guys know. You guys know. Especially if you've been in a long-term relationship and you've got that going on. Like, sometimes Gabe and I, like, play banter, but I don't know if people understand it either, so it might sound like we're actually arguing and we hate each other, which could be kind of funny, but... And I appreciate that, Progdor, and you're still here, so that's a good sign. But yeah, at least you got to know where I was coming from, right? And you know I had the best intentions. For a while, I actually thought I was a villain because I always depended so much on intentions, which I later realized every villain, typically a good villain, like a villain that's done well, has good intentions. But they just don't know how to do it right, you know? And I was like, oh no, I'm a villain. Oops. Oops. But I don't know. It's that thing where you can't really ultimately say that or not, because the world is more grayscale than black and white, you know? But to fist fight? Oh, sniggle, no. However, we do play fight about every day. Like, we smack each other up for fun, but that's just because I think it's like dogs when they get zoomies, you know? And they get too much energy or they're not doing enough and they need to expel it, so they, like, just run around the house and do... I also used to call it rips. They do rips because you'd hear the carpet kind of go, right?
Yeah.
Because they're claws, but now they're known as zoomies. And I feel like when we get that, we just start play fighting, and it just, I don't know. No ill intent ever, but... Good, Progdor. I'm very happy for you, and I'm very happy you stuck around. Yeah, Morty, I mean, if you want to actually have an art name and a brand, that's not an overnight decision. I would liken it to getting a tattoo. You really want to think of something, sit on it a little while, make sure it's you and what you want to do. I actually have a branding mentorship that's part of the convention mentorship, but it's like a branding workshop where I lead you through a bunch of things. Okay, well, you know, fill out this column, and we'll figure out what your favorite words are, and then, you know, from there we figure out a brand name for you. Because that's what I did with Cloverkin, because my past art name sucked ass, and I had it for 10 years. I'm like, if I want to be a professional, A, I have to change this, B, I have to make it something I'm not embarrassed to tell people, and C, it has to be pretty clear what it is and what I do. So, you know, and how it's displayed is usually a thing. So there's all these rules and things to make sure you got a good name. If you got a basic bitch name, like this guy, so you gotta make yourself stand out. But the road to hell is paved in good intentions. Yeah. Basically. Oh, that's so weird. Heather, do you know about Hey Hello Heather on Instagram? She also streams. That's so weird. That's so weird. Mine was Hard Shell Art. So if you actually Google this, you'll get my name, or my stuff, my older stuff, and my really old stuff from when I was, like a teen. If you Google that, yeah. Yeah, that's funny, you guys almost had the same thing. But mine was Hard Shell Art, and the only smart thing about that name is adding the art, because it's at least generic. At least I didn't say illustration. Studios. Don't you ever say studios. Ever. It's the dumbest idea. Everybody knows you're not a studio. Get out of here. Plus, it's not even a good word to have in there. If you're gonna do art, do art. Don't put illustration, because what if you change and you want to do 3D sculpting or yarn or some other crap? Make it generic, alright? Generic. If you have to. I didn't have to do that for Cloverkin. So when you find a name, make sure it's available on social media, right? Make sure it's on all the stuff you want, because you don't want to have a different variant for everything. You want to be able to Google that shit and just get you, ideally. Yeah, Progdor, you feel me, man. Yeah, studios, yeah. Big nose. Oh no. Tad. No, big nose art, sure. If you can't just do big nose. Also, big nose is kind of weird. It sounds like an animation studio almost. Or something else. I don't know. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, if it's for gaming, that's different. Gaming, do whatever you want. Like, my gamer tag is still my name I had when I was 16. So I don't care, about that. That's whatever. But when you start actually thinking about art or writing in a more professional way, you gotta act professional. Rise to the occasion. Make sure it's you and, Because I'm gonna send you a message when you created an account 38 minutes ago. Thanks, but no thanks. Goodbye. Well, then yeah, character design and animation, then that would work. Absolutely. Oh no. H&H Studios have the sister taxes and stuff. See, I don't even have an LLC yet. How can I ban that guy and have them follow me? Unless they followed me beforehand.
Probably beforehand.
Why would they say send me a message?
I don't know.
That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. What kind of a troll?
Oh, weirdos.
People are weird, man. People are like so weird. It's crazy. Yeah, the problem with hard shell art is people always thought I did art on shelves. And then if you Googled it, it came up with phone cases when it got like into cell phone times. Because I had it before like cell phones were really a thing. What? I'm old. It's okay. Heather, what do you really get from having the Taxes Studio LLC thing? Like, you don't need it, right?
It's
Does
nice.
It help?
Yeah, I mean, because you can get loans in the LLC's name. You can. People can, if people want to sue you,
they sue your company.
They sue your company.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just mainly for protection.
If you go bankrupt, it's the company that goes bankrupt, not you.
I see.
So it preserves your credit, your self-credit.
I think your name is fine. It just didn't sound like an Illustrator name. Because I even said it sounds like an animator or a animation studio name, which if that's what you're going for, perfect. But... So Heather, what does it cost a lot to get an LLC? Oh yeah. If any of you still use DeviantArt, stop. I'm just gonna say it. Just stop. It's not a reputable art site anymore. A lot of people in the industry view it as kind of a child site where you just go and get harassed and called slurs.
That's another thing. I don't think professionals actually want to go on that website because they know
they don't touch it. When people sent me a DeviantArt gallery link when I was hiring people at the game studio, no. Unless they were phenomenal, and then I'd hire them, and then I'd say, you gotta get rid of this. Get an ArtStation, a Behance. In fact, the best thing you can do is make your own damn website. Okay? Have full control of it. Make it look how you want. That's gonna be the most impressive thing. Don't use Instagram. That's not a portfolio website. Instagram is not for portfolios. It's a media platform where things go to die. So you're supposed to update it a lot. Do not use Instagram as a portfolio site. Serious. Instagram is, I always use it, or used to use it when I was hiring people for them to show me they were constantly creating. That was to prove to me they were creating. The portfolio site is to show me 10 to 20, 20's a lot, of your best work. Okay? Quality over quantity for the website, quantity over quality for Instagram. Okay? It depends really what you're going for, if you're actually trying to get hired or whatever, but I think people also in general appreciate a lot less finished work on Instagram and like to see the process of things and then a finalized piece rather than just finalized piece. 2 months pass, finalized piece, 2 months pass. If you want followers or just an actual relationship with people, which is what Instagram is for, don't disappear. You know, don't do just final images. That's not what it's for. Have sketches, progress, show that you're producing, show your thought process, you know, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Progdor, no, we wouldn't argue about it if that's what you think. No, that's exactly what I think. I've always told people this. Yeah, Heather, I gotta disagree with you on that. I don't think DA is gonna get you any sort of, like, points with people. So many people just think it's trash, and if you're on there, like, I mean, for the most part, think of the demographic, you know? Like, you're beyond that, in my opinion. Like, you could be on ArtStation and stuff like that. If you wanted an actual, like, art community that meant something, DeviantArt is just...
and think about, like, all of your peers, like, all the people that you know, like, from Spectrum and from IlluxCon, and, like, they're not going on there. I don't even know if Pete Morbrocker goes on there anymore. And if he does, it's just to update things because he knows he can make money off of the younger crowd.
And that's all I know about is the people that are big time now go there just to have DA sell their prints, and that's it. Like, it's not for any sort of community or anything like that. I feel like Discord has actually taken the place of that, where it's like an art community you can control better and have, you know, just a smaller knit community that matters more, you know.
And so, I mean, that's the, you know, like, if you're up at that, you know, if you're at the Pete Morbrocker level, okay.
I mean, Gabe went to school with Pete, so...
Like, I guess if, you know, like I'm saying, if you're at that level, then it's worth it, because then you're actually making money off of those people. But
what, Ian J. Scott Campbell, though, if he updates it, it's only to put up, like, a print to sell. Yeah. Like, it's really just touch and go. Like, it's not a serious investment anymore. Like, you can't really get much out of it in terms of actual... What's the word?
It's not like it used to be, where they're, like, all the big people, or I guess, I mean, I don't know, I guess...
I feel like Instagram is what DA used to be in its prime.
Yeah.
Like, when we were when I was 18 and you were 6 years older, or whatever, I feel like that's when its golden age kind of was, when, like, Stephanie Law was on there, and she was one of the biggies.
Yeah.
And, like, that's when it was still reputable, when other things didn't exist. Like, I think CG Society was around then, but that was more for, like, that's what ArtStation is now.
Yeah.
Where DA was just more sought after, and people had, oh, okay, yeah, this is wonderful, and the blah, blah, blah. But it's the comments that kind of destroy it.
There are a lot of trolls on it. I think that's the biggest problem.
It's just gotten saturated with trolls, where it takes away from the art so much. It's just, oh. Exactly. They don't interact. That's what I'm saying. It's touch and go. That's what I mean by touch and go. They throw it up there and they leave. Yeah. Yeah. Where Instagram, they'll take the time to actually go through, respond to people, have, you know, DMs and all that sort of stuff. Because, I mean, trolls are a lot more manageable, at least on Instagram, where on DA, it's like, first of all, where they really failed, mobile app.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't keep up. They couldn't keep up. And they never got hashtags, really. Like, they still have the click category system, this, that. I'm 12 deep in this category system. It's like, what are you doing? This is god-awful. Like, they just didn't update with the times. It's pain. Just pain. Yeah, which isn't worth it for me, Morty, and especially when you're not getting a ton out of it as an artist. Like, I went back 3 times in 10 years. The last time I went back, I posted maybe 5 things, right? And I was like, I'll just, you know, kind of do this whenever I post something. bigger on my website or wherever, I'll post it here. The first comment I got, fag. Okay. And I just burned it down right then and there. I was like, nope. That's why I left. That's why I left. I was like, that is... Oh. And, you know, it had happened 2 other times, too, where it just started getting flooded with spam, and it was more trouble than it was worth to actually keep it up. You know, to actually go and clean it. I shouldn't have to clean it. Ah. And that's hard, Heather. So what they have done, though, you can actually tag products now, but it has to be on your Facebook business page store. So there are things now where you can like tag a product in, because that was our biggest problem, was converting that and not having 10,000 followers, so we can't do the swipe up. I was like, why don't you make it a subscription program? I'll pay $5 a month to have the swipe up and not have 10K followers. Fuck you. But the whole tagging in a product, they have added that. So that is possible. So you can like put up a painting and have it taggable where you click it and it takes you to buy it. You can do that now. It's just kind of a pain. Yeah, the Facebook thing, both Facebook and Instagram, unfortunately you can do the advertising, and it has worked for us in the past, which sucks. But it is one of those necessary evil things, because Facebook and Instagram are where it's at for art, and you can't really get around it. You know, and that's what I mean by necessary evil. Like, once in a while, if we have something to sell and we put it up there, it's like put $5 in the ads, and usually it pays for itself. So, I mean, that's advertising, though. That's what advertising is. So,
I mean, and that's what companies do. So.
Yeah, and that's what I had to do primarily for parts of my gaming gig. After I'd make all the art for a game, they'd actually make me do the advertising stuff too. So I learned a lot about the ins and outs of that, and bidding wars for ads and things. It's a pain in the ass, but it, like I said, it's a necessary evil where if you want to be in the game nowadays, you gotta play it. And it sucks. It really does suck. But like I said, it's necessary. It's the art world we live in, which sucks.
And I think honestly, like, yeah, like some people come to Instagram or Facebook for art, but
Why are you yelling?
I don't know. But for the most part, it's you know, it's not Instagram and Facebook is for.
Oh, night, Tad.
Bye, dude.
Thanks for coming.
People go on it to connect with friends and family, and then they, you know, art I think is the side product. So for us to expect that they're coming to come see us, just solely us,
Yeah.
that's a little, you know, I don't know.
Which, that's what sucks. We don't really have a primary art gallery that's meant for selling to normal people, which, however, I think that's what Etsy is, and a lot of people hate how Etsy's working now, but really, these are all the necessary evils I feel like you have to do. And really, it's not too bad. Like, people are so upset at how much, you know, fees Etsy's taking, but I think that's worth it because Etsy's reputable. You can't change the reviews like you could on a personal website or store, so people trust it more because all the reviews, like I said, are untouchable. Etsy's been around for a while, it's got really good traffic, and I feel like when you pay those fees, you're paying for that privilege, you know, to have those things at your disposal, because making your own store and having people trust it, having it get out there and actually be in search engines, all that sort of stuff is really, really tough to do on your own. So, another necessary evil for me. But
I mean, it's probably true, yeah, like it's not a commerce site.
well, Facebook's trying to be.
But I think Facebook has
Which
been
is weird.
trying to be since Facebook opened, really.
Sort of, but I
think
mean
of-
more so now that they have the store.
Yeah, but think of like all the games that they used to have, like they've been trying to monetize it for a while, and
It's just not working because that's not what it's built on.
yeah.
And I see what Heather's totally saying with
Oh,
it,
yeah.
and the fact that it isn't what it's initially set out to be. But the fact that it actually works for doing that stuff sucks. But it does work, which sucks. So I totally feel you, Heather. I totally feel it. It's just, it's one of those things where, like I said, to play the game, you gotta be in the game.
I mean, I guess you could say, like, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of other things that are like, well, I'm the artist. Y'all should be paying me to
To be here.
To be here, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, even conventions, like.
That's
hey,
how I feel about Twitch, even though, and
Yeah.
and we don't get paid here, right? Like,
no, we have to, like, the people pay us, not Twitch.
but they don't lately.
Yeah.
I mean, well, Keck
In a
did.
sense, yeah.
Keck did. They did Keck. I know, Heather, right? Yeah, they totally don't go to Facebook to shop. But if they do go to your business profile, they are interested. And when it's weird because when you're doing a post on Facebook art pages as opposed to other art platforms, you are using different language. Like, you are talking about call to actions to, hey, come buy this thing. Because, you know, if you share it from your personal page, your friends are going to see it and they're going to be like, oh, you know, blah, blah, blah released a new thing. Because then you're getting that demographic that maybe doesn't use Instagram. So it's all about being everywhere at once and being, having that exposure, I guess, at your fingertips. Because that's the thing that sucks, is we all usually hate social media because we're introverted people for the most part. But we have to be social to get anywhere in this day and age, and it sucks. So you can do that, Heather, yeah, but I like, same reason you've got an LLC, that's why I like to have my art page separate from my personal, because I don't want to be that guy eventually who's got 4,000 friends or whatever and they're just there for art. I keep personal and business separate, especially if you're the type to do political things. You don't want to do both. So don't shit where you eat where you shit, that sort of thing. But I mean, if you're not the type to usually go on Facebook anyway, then yeah, I suppose you could totally use your personal as your business. But it's the same as Instagram though, where if you've got a personal profile on Instagram, it's treated differently than a business profile. Because with a business profile, you get different things. You get like insights and stuff. Ooh, analytics. But same thing with Facebook. If you have a personal page versus an actual public figure page, it's treated differently and you get different options. So I was kind of in marketing too, Progdor. It sucks. Analytics is balls. Especially for gaming. That just sucked. I wore so many damn hats at that job. Underappreciated by a million. Crazy. Well, yeah, you might be of a different mindset. When it's your own shit, though, it kind of sucks. Like, 'cause then you gotta figure out, okay, well, how do I market this painting differently than that painting? This, there, the other thing. One's done with paint, one's done with marker. Like, it's totally different than going about just with a regular product. That's been the hardest thing, is relearning marketing from like a game perspective to an art perspective. It's totally different. It's crazy. Hairless Chihuahua liked one of my things on Instagram, and it's ugly and I love him. Would you care to share his Instagram? Yeah, and it's stupid too, Progdor, because every time you do like an ad for Facebook, it's like, you have too much text on this image. It's like, okay.
Don't worry about my image.
Yeah, fuck you. Just leave me alone, okay?
Just
Thanks.
do the image. Just do
Thanks,
it.
Facebook. Just
It'll work, trust me.
F off, bro. Heather, are you streaming tomorrow? Thanks for starting the content. Yeah. Oh no, Heather, you're completely right.
Yeah.
That's completely true. Absolutely.
I mean, it's free to use, but yeah, it's like not. It's like a freemium game.
Yeah, she had said that earlier.
Oh, okay.
It's free to play.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, late night stream tomorrow? What time? Ooh, that sounds perfect. Sniggle, I'm there. Oh, his name's Nudie Rudy. Oh no. Oh, he's a really ugly one.
No.
Oh, he just looks like a big rat. Ew! And you can see his thing all the time. Ugh. He's gross! I do love him, you're right. That's so weird. This Halloween horror person messaged me,
Okay.
and they gave me a mission. Which it seems like they actually had a good reason. It's like a choose your own adventure thing.
Oh, shit.
But no. I'm not gonna do that. Totally, Morty, I feel you. 10 p.m. Eastern, Heather? Or our 10 p.m.? Oh my god, it's 1:30. No, I haven't done anything. Oh god. Yeah, those are actual scam. Like, straight up scam. 100%. They just make a ton of fake profiles, and then when you pay them, they just hit follow on all of them. Total scam. And they'll, Instagram is actually doing a thing to recognize those accounts that have actually bought into that, and they'll shadow ban you.
Which is awesome.
Shadow banning is another reason, Heather, that Instagram sucks. I'm not saying they're the best platforms ever, but they are kind of the best we have right now. And that's what sucks. So, right, Morty, the Chihuahua? Oh my god.
Oh, maybe we'll still be streaming when we're tomorrow, maybe. You know?
I don't know, I'm hearing
Like if
a
she's-
goose. Do you hear the goose?
Yeah, I did.
He's still
Oh.
there. I don't know what he's doing.
Oh yeah, Proctor, 100%. I'd rather have people that actually.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. It's like, that's when I get on my follower rant. And if I get somebody in here who's like, I just want more followers, I'll go off on you.
Mhm.
I will yell at you for 20 minutes straight. I swear to God. You're an idiot. If you're there just for followers, you're a terrible person, most likely. And you have really a slow self-esteem. So we need to talk. Yeah, YouTube could be better. Especially for you, Heather. I could see you actually like doing like a production thing and like having an intro and stuff. I used to do that, but I couldn't really get into it. But what if we did YouTube live videos? Like, use it like Twitch? That would take a long grind, though.
That's it. Yeah, it's longer.
Maybe we should, though. Maybe we take a day off of Twitch and put it towards YouTube.
Maybe, yeah, if we
Because
actually.
we can do the same overlay and everything, just get rid of all our bits and follows. Unless YouTube has their own plugins for that.
Well, they do. I mean, they have live shit, but it's like I feel like I'd rather just do like really nicely done videos, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna do the 1 minute rants basically and 1 minute tutorials, but I'm not gonna get to those for a while. But yeah.
Like I really wanted to do ones that were like just me going off on one subject, like how you're saying.
Yeah,
But
but
it'd
I
be
wanted
like a-
1 minute videos.
Yeah, mine would be more introspective, I guess.
Yeah, you'd be better at that. But like, since I am a no bullshit person and I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on crap, I'm not gonna have a long video. It's gonna be short and to the point, like my chainmail tutorial I do. A minute. I'll teach you how to do that in a minute. F it. Like, go out in the middle of the ocean. Who are you selling stuff to? God.
Buys all the time.
You find out you're just eating snails or something. I don't know. Progdor, you have to pay to get a person to pop up. They drop someone with an airplane in front of you, basically. Do you want to buy my book? No? How did I get here? Okay. And then they're just stuck there. Uber. Damn you, Uber. No. Someday. You know what I'm gonna say to you. You've been around here long enough. And that's kind of why Gabe and I don't do the dig into Instagram much anymore, because the follower thing, like our friend Tim has like 140k followers, and he gets like 100 messages a day. I want nothing to do with that. I don't want to be, if that's success, I don't want that. I don't want to talk to that many people. I get stressed out if 2 people message me. I'm like, no. Oh, I think if I got to that level, I'd totally turn off my DMs. Really, Uber? Aw.
I don't know.
Well, you deserve a lot of followers. Your work is phenomenal.
Well, I think we actually yelled at you to get on Instagram.
Yes, I did. I remember being mad about that.
So that makes sense that we'd be your first followers.
Yeah. Of course. You're worth it, homie. Your work is great. But if I recall, Uber, you don't even care about followers either, really. Oh, Progdor? That's the key with life, is to not care. I have read so many articles on what the benefits of not caring are, and it's so much better than caring. It's so weird. Like, about anything. And I actually have a friend who does this every day, doesn't care about anything. Kind of makes him super inconsiderate, but at the same time, he's so happy all the time. It's almost maddening. So, you know, there's that. Could be all of us, I guess. I find it hard not to care about things, but if I could reach that level of, I guess, zen, while still caring enough about certain things, that'd be good. I don't know. Are you just playing games?
Just going through.
Are you tired?
Yeah,
Do you want to go to bed?
eventually.
Well,
Well, eventually.
Do you want me to quit?
If you want to quit. But I know you love being on here with all of these people. Or not.
You put me in a very uncomfortable situation. Thank you.
But sometimes we just need to go to sleep. I think you've been streaming for what? Almost.
Well, I feel really guilty though about not getting as far as I wanted to on this.
Oh. Well, we were gonna stay up anyways to work on
To work
stuff.
on stuff, but not
Yeah.
to stream.
Yeah.
I still feel more cheated by Twitch though than Facebook and Instagram.
What? Oh, in terms of the the monetization is not.
Just
fantastic.
that it's like, I don't know. Well, even just being the partner thing, like they really don't make that obtainable at all, or
Mhm.
even tasty.
Yeah.
You know, like they don't seem to really try. I also haven't seen Wubbles stream in a while.
Hmm.
I wonder if he gave it up.
No, he streams whenever I'm streaming.
Oh, really? Are we trying for C2E2 again next year? We'll find out November 16th. We applied, so we'll find out. That's when the approvals go out, so we'll let you know. What time is it for me? It is 1:40 a.m. I don't know, Uber, because apathy is like there's more of a... I feel like there's more of a negative detriment towards it where you're avoiding things almost. But if you're able to confront something and not let it affect you, which is more how he operates. We have two friends. That one is apathetic, clearly, and the other one is more just... He's more of an airhead, but he might actually just be able to let things not even touch him. So, yeah, I don't know. Heather, the whole using your time but not getting paid for it thing, you know? And I don't know if I don't know what we're doing different. Well, we don't have the other emojis too, so maybe that's our fault. So maybe we're calling it too soon. Yeah, really, that's it. And exposure on the front page, product door, but they just move you up. Exactly. There you go, product door. Yeah, there's more of a detriment or negativity to apathy. Where apathy is like actively not caring at something. You know, like if a dog tripped and hurt itself and was... apathy would be just keep walking, you know?
Oh, well.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I mean, what's weird about Twitch and the monetization too is the whole bits and donation thing too is good, but I feel like when you get close to your regulars, they're your friends then. So, you know, you don't expect them to give you money or anything like that, and that's fine. But I feel like for some reason, anyone new we get, it's just automatically, it's like they're just friends and you know, so you don't have that initial thank you that people would do. But
I think sometimes it's like we've maybe we're too nice. So you get like that, you know.
I'm not too nice, I know that.
No, but you know what I mean. Like we become friends, like you're saying. We become friends with the people, so it's like.
You know why? Because we care too much.
Exactly, because we're
we have to care less.
We want to know about you.
Yeah.
But if it's like I don't know, it's weird. Like,
notice me, senpai. Notice me.
I want to know how how other people are doing in terms of.
That's what I want to know. I want to know if Twitch overall is like on a downspin.
Like gamers
or
and
just
stuff.
us.
Like particularly the gamers. I want to see how gamers are doing.
I mean, we could start going to streams and asking them.
Yeah.
'Cause usually they're pretty open about stuff.
Or who knows? Maybe when maybe we could talk to what's his face about that.
Oh, Morty, like, as an artist, especially at a convention, you get people telling you to your face, that's not worth that much. And you, depending on the type of person you are going to combat them one way or another. Some people are just like, oh, I'm sorry. Gabe and I? Nope. I fight them. I will always fight them. I fought people who didn't understand the purpose of an original. That was a weird one. That was really weird. Why would anybody buy anything other than Prince? Like this is the one that one's made off of? That one's so much cheaper. Why would you even buy this? And I was like, that's why I have those for people like you, obviously.
You shop at the dollar store, don't you? Like that's where you get all your meals from, right? Yeah, why would you shop anywhere else? Okay, that's cool.
That's basically, like, I feel like that's the just, like, theme of forever. Artists can suck it. Good one, Snag. Right, Heather? Like, oh god. And
Muggle.
so at Gen Con, I had wonderful. I love Gen Con. Best show ever. Did the best I've ever done. Fantastic show. Oh, that was very Trump. But I had two of the most rude people I've ever had, and one of them was like a 15-year-old girl that pointed at my sign and said loud enough for me to hear, "That's the ugliest hamster I've ever seen." And I said, "Oh, well, that's probably because it's a guinea pig." And she said, "That's even worse," and walked away. I said, "You're very rude." I couldn't believe that. But yeah, sometimes, man, like my commission prices. Oh, I fight about that. They're like, "Oh, I can't afford them." Like, that's why I have pay over time options for whatever your situation is. And they're like, "Oh, okay." See, once I do that, they got nowhere to go. They start peeing their pants because I'm like, "Oh, well, here's a slip. I have pay over time options, pay as little or as much as you want for as long or as little as you want." And they're like, "Oh, okay." And then they just walk away because it's like, you can't use the "I don't have money right now." You'll have money. Then the people that are like, "That's not worth that," I'm like, "That's your opinion. And that's my time, sir. Thank you very much for insulting my livelihood." Like, I'm bad. I insult people back. I shouldn't, but I do. Because otherwise they're going to keep doing that shit not knowing it's okay or it's wrong. It's like, you have to know that's not okay to say that to someone, you know? Oh, Lord. Oh yeah, no. Fight the fight, man. You gotta tell them. Oh, Gabe's is always good too. Gabe's button is when they say, "I don't recognize that."
It's because it's in my brain.
They're like, "Well, are these a part of something? I don't recognize any of these."
No,
Oh, that's because it's not fan art.
No, it's not fan art.
I created these from my brain, and they're like, "Oh, what?"
Yeah, welcome to creativity, lady.
The best question I've ever gotten is this girl that's looking straight at my poster, right? It says portraits on it, man, and they're drawn. They're not. It's not like it's photography. And she turns to her friend. She mumbles something, and the girl's like, "Well, ask her." The girl comes up to me, and I'm not even kidding. I couldn't have even. It felt like they were playing me. She literally came up doing this. She's like, "So, you draw people's pets?" And I couldn't keep my composure. I was like, "Well, yeah, that's what a portrait is." I was like, "Yeah, the banner, and there's a book here too. I don't know how much more clear to be. Your pet in armor portraits. Clearly not photography, at least I don't think I'm that hyper realistic, please. But it gets old. You get tired. And I've only been doing this like 3 years. From an angry person, have a nice life. Thank you. Yeah. True, Heather. I will fight. I don't have an option. I'm a fighter. I don't know. Yeah, people don't get original stuff. And that's when you know shit's reached a fever pitch, is when everyone assumes you're doing fan art. We live in bad times, man. Bad times. That means no one's creating anything new for the regular people to know is new. That's fucked up, Heather. Oh no.
It seems like
that story kept getting better / worse. Oh, I love it though.
It seems like the craziest people always give like the word, like they give you advice like, what? No, I don't want your advice, homie.
Yeah, Progdor, they do think you're gonna draw fan art. A lot of people just assume it, and that's the worst thing. The janitor thing, God. And it's funny, too, because people come up to me and they're like, oh, are you the artist? Yeah. Oh, okay. So you draw all of these?
I said yes.
Mm-hmm. I
Jinx.
do. I stay busy. Oh, yeah, you really do. What is all this?
Things.
What? Conventions have been surreal. Like, I can't even. Oh my god. Heather, I don't even know what I would have done in that situation. Like, he assumed you didn't have any business experience. Like, is this a woman thing? Like, he thought you didn't know what you were doing? Oh my god. Exactly, Progdor. That's why you don't. Don't ever do what's popular. I see it like, it's this thing that's like, do you want an easy way out? Do you? Do you? Oh, yeah, some people take it. No, don't take that shit. It's the devil! Yeah, that's just so weird. It's just more like, sir, what do you have to offer me about this? And are you assuming I don't know anything because of my gender? Like, what? Is that a pug in a mech?
Every goddamn time.
Have you seen Rick and Morty?
Oh, that sucks, Heather. I would've... Oh, man. I would've hit him back with, you know how long I've been doing this? Why do you think I don't know what I'm doing? I would have asked that. I like asking people questions now because it puts it back at them and puts them in the spot without being disrespectful, really.
Do I look like someone who would waste my time?
Robert,
Do I
California,
look
baby.
like someone that would waste their time?
Oh, man. Can I get a shirt with that on it? Oh, I'm not big on those shirts that say things that, like, are just, you're a shit person if you're wearing that shirt. But damn, would I wear the hell out of that. Oh.
Don't talk to me.
Don't talk to me. Yeah, Heather, I would ask them, like, literally, what is it about me that makes you think that I don't know that? So I can fix it in the future. You know? How do I fix me for you? Like, rue the day. I have gotten more feisty because of cons. Cons and Twitch. Honestly, Twitch fueled my, fan art hatred to take it to the conventions to where now I'm guerrilla marketing shit. So, I'm gonna end up in jail. I think that's just it. Heather, if you do, tell me about it immediately because I'm gonna need to know. I want to revel in your victory. I'm not about being mean, I'm about being realistic and letting people know what's realistic, I guess. Or bringing reality back to them, because too many people are floating, man. Pull them down. Pull them to the ground. They need to know. Oh, you promised. Good. Thank you. Bless you. Bless you. This is getting to the point where I don't really know what else. So that's when I know to go to the next phase. Oh, see, I missed total areas. But I go the next phase when I think I'm done with one of them, and then while I'm doing the next phase, like once I'm doing the pastels, I'll be like, oh yeah, totally forgot this entire area of rendering with the pencil. Duh. Duh. He didn't know. Oh yeah. No, that doesn't... Whatever. Oh, Sniggle. Do you go to work to get food? Do you get like a discount? Yeah, it's messed up, Progdor. I'm glad you fight the fight with us now. Thank you. Thanks for being on the winning side, bro. It's the side built of less people, but man, is it the more rewarding side, let me tell you. It's just so weird how people think they can't make money from original art. When it's like, bro, you totally can if you just put your whole everything into it. I consider myself a success story.
A success story.
Right?
I concur.
I mean, within 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to use that to actually teach people, hey, original art can make it. Do you know Jackie switched over?
Oh yeah, you were telling me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said that in the con chat the other day. I was like, hell yeah. It's fucking great. I got through to her. Took, what, a year? When did we
So.
talk to her? Con Lee, maybe?
Yeah, it was close to a year.
So that was about a year. Yeah. Winning is subjective, and I say that's winning. Exactly. And once you eventually do a con where those creators are sitting across from you and the person next to you is ripping them off directly in front of them, you'll get this rage inside of you you've never felt before. It's terrible. Anyway. Sometimes I wonder if my rage goes through my computer and skips the internet.
Mm-hmm. What? What happened?
Ashley went Super Saiyan again.
I got kicked out of WoW.
Oops. It was the rage, I guarantee it. Bird. Okay. Maybe we should go. So, do you guys want a hint as to what will be tomorrow, or today rather, on the Halloween stream on Gabe's channel? Does anybody want a hint, or do you want to be fully surprised? For those, I guess that'll be there. Though I guess if one person wants it, that kind of ruins it for everyone, huh?
Are we gonna do a thing tomorrow? Like a little, I guess we could do a little video tomorrow?
Video?
Yeah, like when we,
Beforehand?
yeah.
Yeah. I think it's fine. Or we could do a hint.
Right.
That's good, Progdor. I'm glad you have standards. For those that are new here that don't maybe understand what I'm talking about and why fan art's the fucking devil, you can go to this website. Hey! Because I put all my rage and I funneled it into something constructive that can help. What? Yo! Anyway, so there's that. That way I don't have to go on my 3-hour-long rants anymore. Save you time and me pain for the moment. But we could maybe do a hint and do like your shirt, maybe?
Alright.
And then mine is dumb. Mine's not as cool as yours, but it's funny because last year Gabe was pretty basic and I was cooler. This year it's flipped. I'm gonna be basic and Gabe can be cool. I'll let Gabe be cool guy for once. Once and once and once and once. Alright. Well, I better be able to finish these by Saturday. Else I'm dead in the water. Also, it's a Tumblr site, so please feel free to reblog any of those posts. A lot of people don't realize it's a Tumblr. But it is. Alright. Free advertising. Is that what you call it when they're stealing from you? They're stealing money that could have been yours. I don't think that's free advertising. That's exploiting and dirtying your IP. I never want someone to do fan art of my stuff and sell it. Fan art for free? Awesome. Fan art and selling it? Shitting on the IP. Anyway, so tomorrow, actually today, it's 2 a.m. Shut up. Today on Gabe's stream, so if you look in the viewer list and look for Galvasaur, he's the mod at the top. Or if you just want to paste in your Twitch.
That's me, baby.
Gabe's gonna be streaming in 14 hours from now. Yeah, 14 hours from now. And he's gonna be streaming on his Twitch. So 4 p.m. CST Wednesday. We're gonna be in costumes. I know I'm already in a costume, but think of a costume over this costume. And there you have it. And Gabe will be in one too. What else? And then Thursday I'll be on at 4 p.m. CST. And then we're gone for a week. We're gonna be at FairyCon in Baltimore. So there's that. Otherwise, I appreciate everybody who's here, or who was here, or who will be here. I don't know. But yeah, and Kek, if you're still here somewhere, thank you for the donation again. You're beautiful. I love you. Thank you. Otherwise, I guess we'll see you guys hopefully 14 hours from now. Oh God, that's not even the worst. Don't get me started, man. Don't get me started. It's so much worse than that. Actually, Progdor, if you haven't looked at the website, go look at the website. Read it thoroughly. It'll enlighten. Exactly, Morty. And drawing fan art for free means you love it. Selling fan art means you're trying to steal from the creator. And if you say, I do fan art and sell it because I love it, that's a fucking lie. Anyway. Yeah, Heather! It was great to actually spend a lot of time with you. You're so great. And I can't wait to hear more stories from you. And I hope you and Tad are happy. I know you're both separate right now, but I hope you guys are, Alright, Ebony. It's great seeing you too. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys.
Yeah.
And dealing with my BS, which is usually just truth bombs and anger. I don't know. Either way, here's a dog and a bird. Bye!